Hello and welcome to the Nintendunk Power Hour.
Oh, yes. Is that yes.
Your weekly
Welcome.
podcasts ready for all the layups, windmills, and NBA Jam style half-court dunks on the decisions of Nintendo and their continued Stegosaurus status in the video game industry. How's it going?
Now I know what you're thinking, Wooly, person who started calling it the Nintendo Donkey Hour. You're thinking, how could we have a podcast named after that after we make fun of Atlas being the most Stegosaurus-like of companies? To which I say, well, they are going to localize Persona 5 Strikers. So one of the back plates of Atlas's Stegosaurus has fallen away.
Exactly. The fact that that's happening on the same week as the rest of this is quite telling because, yes, we did get the confirmation of the localization of Strikers, which is nice to be wrong that there was no news, now there's news, so it's wonderful to hear that. That's great. And it's on Steam. So we'll give it two of the back plates of the Stegosaurus have fallen
crazy.
off. But the thing about the Atlas Stegosaurus is that it wears a tie and it continues to wear human suits as if it were conducting business. And
it's trying.
It's almost as if it were a Stegosaurus trying to become a human. Whereas I feel like the Nintendo dinosaurs have long shaken off their humanity and are attempting to go full-on Triassic, Cretacic, and Jurassic periods because this level of stubbornness this company puts out and their ability to stand unrelenting in the face of common sense astonishes me.
Hey, so
not to mention good taste and tact.
If the Atlas Stegosaurus is wearing a suit and tie and attempting to assert some form of humanity, I look over at the metaphorical image of the Nintendo Stegosaurus and or Stegosauri, I don't know how many they are now, and I see it sharpening their tail spikes, eyes of frenzy, licking their chops, saying to each other, boy, I sure would like to find some mutagen ooze in order to further stegofy.
Yeah, I think it's just kind of eating at its cud and looking around frantically for predators, hoping that it can get a meal in before procreating, doing what it does.
Now,
also,
we're using... Yes?
Putting out a game console and some games every now and then.
And they do that sometimes, on occasion. Now, we're using a lot of dinosaur-based terminology right now, which I like because I like dinosaurs. Hell, I even like the Stegosaurus. I think it's cool.
I like the image of the Stegosaurus. It's very particular to the feeling of, like, oldness.
Yes. Because you look at, like, a T-Rex, and you're like, well, that's just not around anymore.
And, yeah, but also we've seen the T-Rex in too many modern situations these days.
Yeah. And you look at, like, a Triceratops, and you're like, that's a bull. Right?
Mm-hmm.
That's a bull with the nose.
Mm-hmm.
But you look at a Stegosaurus, you go, wow, that's ancient. How could any animal be so ancient and out of touch with the modern world with cars and Xboxes than a Stegosaurus, which I just now realized is actually an even better analogy for Nintendo. Do you remember the fucking article that came out that said that when they brought in that online guy to help them with their online shit with the Wii U, they actually told them stop saying the words Xbox Live and PlayStation Network.
They don't know what that is.
Knows what those are.
Exactly.
Oh my god,
exactly.
that's the most out of touch shit ever.
What is internet? What is a sign? You ever see that clip of Good Morning America, 1990 fucking 5, maybe 6, and it's really good. And I think it's just, yeah, they're staring at an email address and they're like, but what is internet?
Oh man, that's pretty good.
Violence a at GMA com. And then someone actually says something that really was pretty apt for at the time in that clip. They say one of their off-camera people goes, it's a computer billboard. And it's like, oh shit, yeah, a website is a billboard on your computer advertising a thing, and then people go look at it. That's a really good way of cutting through it. And then they kind of go, and a bunch of schools are connecting to each other through a phone line, and you're like, yeah, okay, that does work, you know. Anyways,
now Wooly,
mm-hmm.
You may say, but how could they be so out of touch? You can't be. You could actually say, literally, in a direct quote, which I'm quoting right now, they can't be out. Sorry, it's not out of touch because they're a part of cars and consoles. But I say to you that a whale does not need to be in touch with the automotive industry to be literally oil-based part of your car's automatic transmission fluid until 1973, when it was banned by the Endangered Species Act. Well, all it is sustenance for the car.
Okay, that's a long way to go, and I got a little lost along the journey.
You're dealing with big brain, low brain, fast Pat today.
Okay, well, I will take that being lost and say that it's fine, because this lost world is where the dinosaurs roam, and cue your fucking Jurassic Park theme, because Nintendo is basically half of the goddamn docket, and it's insane that when I start adding to this list in preparation for what we're gonna go through, it just kept updating, and I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with this company? We were talking about there's been an ongoing theme for many years now of just how fucking slow on the uptake they are, how overall it feels like you're trying to teach your grandma the difference between a right click and a left click, you know, and we're now at a point where they understand what a tournament is and what sponsoring an event is, and they understand what YouTube is to a degree, because they know how to attack people on it. And, you know, there's all these little things that are like, okay, they're aware that when they help and or are nice to people that like and support their products, that this builds a goodwill that is otherwise you can to be in strictly corporate terms, it builds a goodwill that is a currency you can spend down in the future.
So a lot of people don't know this, but companies are evil. But on top of that, sometimes companies will do good so that you don't get as mad at them when they're more evil. This was, I think, my most favoritist version of this ever was when Stephanie McMahon, I don't know if you remember this specific instance, Willie, got up at some fucking shareholder meeting and started openly talking about how all the WWE charities are explicitly so that they can rip people off and fuck over the workers and give money to political candidates and just do crimes so that people won't be as mad at them. And so that's the only reason. The only reason WWE does charity.
I seem to recall a story about her doing a speech about building goodwill as a brand.
And everyone in the room is like, are you seriously saying this shit out loud? Now none of it will work, you dumb idiot. Because we all know that you're literally just doing it for brownie points.
But that's besides even the point of this, which is if you at least extend an olive branch, or at the very least just treat the people who spend money on your company nicely, like, generally speaking, that will probably pay off in the future, as opposed to making everybody upset and trending on Twitter for your bad decisions.
Usually, when you're dealing with a situation, there's two things that you do. First, you show some people a delicious snack in one hand, and you go, wouldn't you like this delicious snack? And they go, I don't really like that snack. And you go, okay, well, instead of this delicious snack, we can have the gun where we shoot you.
Right.
Would you like your delicious snack again? And people go, okay. However, Nintendo's general modus is to just look at you and think about showing you the snack and then just shooting you. They don't even show you the gun. They just go, bang, kablamzo.
All right. Now, what's important to note, of course, is anyone who gasps or goes, "What the hell are you doing?" when Nintendo produces the firearm gets immediately shot as well on the sidelines. Any spectators have got to go as well. So
the whole room, really, the whole room is tainted. They all have to go.
So here's what is, what you need to understand, I suppose, of the backstory here is that Nintendo came up in the news like 2 weeks ago because of the free Melee situation, the free Melee hashtag, more or less.
It was a very awkward situation where they were mailing people COVID syringes and telling them to insert it into their penises if they play Melee. It was very awkward.
Something like that. I believe the way it went down was such that a large Smash tournament was unable to have in-person event because clearly everything is in lockdown. Thus, Fizzy came to the rescue with Slippy, the Melee rollback perfect platform where people can play flawless games. And that was where the Melee event was going to take place. That's how it was going to go down. Nintendo saw that as obviously infringement of their product and stepped in to shut it down.
Using piracy to play Melee. It's like, it's not piracy, actually. I'll kill you.
Well, again, it's not just the usage of the ROM on an emulator, but it's also the modified version of that. And we know that back in the day when there were events that were like, Project M related and things like that, where there's mods of people that like involved them using a real copy of the disc, a real disc and a real GameCube, and putting a memory unit into the GameCube and having that like soft mod the game. So, they're not happy about anything like that. But in this case, emulated game, whatever, as rollback, all that shit. Blah, blah, blah. They shut it down. The tournament organizers go like, we don't want to do that. We don't want to do that. We like we're running this event for a reason. And then Nintendo goes, bah, fuck you. Everyone goes hashtag free Melee because Nintendo, what are you doing? Come on. This was a pretty harmless, reasonable thing to do given the circumstances. They said, no, we don't care. All right, cool.
I was asked about that situation just a few days ago. And the question was, Pat, why does Nintendo hate Smash Bros? And I had a moment, an ignorant, silly moment of momentary compassion in which I said, well, Nintendo never really cared about the state of that community back when it was relevant. And now it's less relevant. And then all that shit happened. So I can definitely understand people over at Nintendo being like, I don't care, fuck it. But they still shouldn't kill tournaments and possibly endanger people's lives because of a nonsense view of piracy.
Thankfully, the people organizing these events are not stupid enough to go make real in-person events, so the life endangering can continue to be a hypothetical.
What? They should have.
Okay, well,
they
now
melee coughing party,
and now I've made the mistake
gets their ashes sent
of cornering
to Shigeru
Pat.
Miyamoto.
I've cornered Pat on his narrative, and I've forced him to dig into the ground and borrow a new hole.
He has to eat the ashes.
I've forced a hole to be borrowed because his position in the corner can no longer be held. Listen. What happens is they then go on, right, to create this trend where everybody's like, come on, essentially to Nintendo, and Nintendo's like, we don't budge. Now, we know that for a long time, and whenever there's been...
I have to stop you right there. That description is so... I don't know how, you just said it as an offhand statement, but you so perfectly encapsulated the emotional feeling of everyone looking at these stories, which is, come on.
Yeah, that's it. That's pretty much all people are asking for, because it's like, it's obviously something that they can be dickish about based on what it is and based on what the thing is, but ultimately it's like, look, just come on. That's all people want. So we know that in a lot of cases, when you hear a story like this, Japan will look at it. Okay, all right, catch that air. Get that oxygen.
Oh no, it's because the image in my head is like a Stegosaurus like slowly eating your legs, and you're just like hands apart, just going, "Come on, man, come on."
You're not even carnivorous.
You're a
herbivore. You're a fucking. Come on! And it's just like slow chew, eyes darting about, not even looking at you, and you're what the fuck, and you're holding out some leafy greens, and the fucking thing just won't stop. Totally, dude. Oh. So usually when you hear about these stories, you kind of, it's become an assumption many a times to go like, well, what's likely happening or what might be happening is there is a boardroom of execs in Japan that look at a situation and go, whatever the fuck this is, just stop it and shut it down. No negotiation. We don't care. And then it comes over to America and they go, well, maybe we can. And then Japan goes, fuck off. Nope, don't care. Shut it down. Right? In this case,
in particular with Nintendo, you can even have a situation where like Shigeru Miyamoto is like a noted hard ass and will kill like all sorts of shit.
Yeah. So in this type of instance, we're now looking at a fucking dumpster fire that has consumed the entire neighborhood block, and you're getting it to a point where Doug Bowser should probably be on the phone going, hey guys, actually, this is really bad if you don't budge from your position right now.
Guys, you're making my job really hard. I don't like it.
We've seen Nintendo not budge for years on things, ever. They're fucking stubborn. This is like a perfect storm of like a ton of things happening, and it would be ridiculously dumb for them to just continue down the path of censor it, ignore it, pretend it's not happening. So what we're referring to though, go ahead.
I was about to say, but Wooly, I mean, we're talking a lot about how Nintendo won't stop eating our legs with their herbivorous dinosaur mouth. But, I mean, shutting down that Melee tournament, I mean, that's not the end of the world, right? Like, what else could they have possibly done in the span of a 7-day period?
Well, it turns out that of all the people that continued to show solidarity with Melee getting shit on in that way, Splatoon 2 had an event going down that was an official tournament that was
that's nice,
scheduled to happen we're gonna
right around this Squid Kid pew pew Inc.
So the Splatoon community, which has been doing its thing, They basically got together and about 30% of the top teams in the SPL2 North America Open decided that they wanted to support what was happening with Melee by changing a lot of their team names to include Free Melee and or variants of that word. So Melee Nation, Free Melee, 2-on-1, Free Melee, hashtag, Element Free Melee. A lot of names got changed.
I mean, I would assume that there is like not just legitimate literal overlap of like some of those people might literally be the same people. But
it's possible.
Like they are adjacent fan communities.
Yeah.
So of course they are at least somewhat aware and or involved in
they're used to hanging
going
out
ons of the other one.
Exactly. They're used to the same people and the same groups and such. And it's not a stretch to imagine a tournament organizer for a Smash event would also run a Splatoon event. But who knows? But what I'm saying is,
I'm sure Nintendo is very stupid and told them to change their names, right? And everybody's mad that their names got changed.
Well, the problem is that the team names are made by the teams who are the players, not the event. So it's not up to Nintendo to tell anybody to change anything because
that's true.
The teams can do whatever the fuck they want.
Mm-hmm.
So of course Nintendo Versus, which officially was sponsoring this event, then sees what's happening and decides that what's best for the situation is to cancel the live stream entirely and not run that event
of an online tournament?
The finals of the online tournament of the finals. Exactly.
So they might as well have just canceled the tournament.
So they basically just went, yeah, nope, that's no good. Can't have that happening. Shut it down. The flavor of pant leg and shoe tastes way better than the grass.
That's much worse than the kind of facetious example I gave before, because I knew that this is what would happen. That is maybe the most definitive, easy to map onto the expression cutting off your nose to spite your face event I've seen in years. Usually when you use that expression, it's kind of like, I mean, they didn't really. It's just, no, they actually damaged and or killed their own event.
Now, the last time a major tournament name caused a disruption, let's say that the incendiary nature of Free Melee is nowhere near the same as Free Hong Kong. Those are two massively different subjects and with massively different gravities associated with. And in this case, just by relative comparison, how fucking petty do you look?
I want to make it very clear before what I'm about to say that I'm in no way defending Blizzard, because I think Blizzard's a bunch of coward shithead companies. But at the very least, when they did that stupid Blitzchung shit with the Free Hong Kong, there was ostensible external pressure from a foreign nation and its market, which you can say that is a terrible decision, but at least it's a decision that has a reason.
That's kind of yeah. No, that's you've worded it. That's what I was trying to get to, is that like there's a political implication that should not be a moral quandary, but some people still treat it as such. That gets introduced. That's an external factor here. It's not just talking about fucking video games and video games.
Blizzard, had they done nothing, might have lost some money. I think that would have been a worthwhile goal and probably smarter long term, but whatever. Nintendo is dealing with their own game and their own community. It's an entirely internal force that they could just make it not be a problem with a snap of the fingers.
And, you know, it's not like the team names came back like 8 = D Channel Lover 42, you know, like
it wasn't like the name was Free Melee hashtag all Hitlers.
you know. Sure. Yeah, why not? And it doesn't quite, you know, like, so you have a situation where they're like, it's not even like there's anything in that regard. It's literally just the word free and melee being a part of the name.
To put it in a different context, Blizzard looked at a situation and said, this is a problem. What are the solutions? And chose a terrible solution. Nintendo looked at the situation and went, is this a problem? And everyone around them said no. And Nintendo said, no, it is a problem. Let's workshop a terrible solution to not a problem.
But wait, there's more. So they go on to cancel the event, which pretty much obviously leads to everyone within fucking arm's reach and or eyesight of the situation being rightfully horrified and disgusted at how stupid and shitty they're being.
Oh, can you give me a second, Wooly?
Yep, go ahead. Do what you got to do.
I need to check on something.
Okay.
Instance of creepy dog penis is ruining poor Paige's day. We got to get that dog's balls out.
Okay, that's what the exclamation was about. Because
we got to get those balls out.
Okay. Well, I believe, yes, what I was saying was that's not all. There's more. And we then move on. We then look at step 3 of the scenario, in which all the players of Splatoon, who were then basically booted out for making their statement, proceeded to drop out and create a community organized tournament immediately on a fucking lark. And they got more than 7,000 viewers and raised and got over 21K for a prize pot in support of what's going on with Smash on their own.
There's a little golf clap for you folks. That's
without Nintendo support. So,
yeah.
You know, already you go, all right, well, that says that. Successful run event by the people who actually, you know, again, buy these games and support them and are, you know, generally willing to support your company if you're not a fucking shit. They just got together and said, fuck it, we'll do it ourselves. So that goes down. Meanwhile, not content with chewing the pants leg of the community in front of them, that spiky tail behind it is not doing enough damage. It's time to start swinging it around. And where are we gonna land? Oh, I don't know. Let's say we blow up Joy-Con boys. So
I like to think that that's not actually the series of thoughts. I would like to think that what they said is, I feel really big penis right now after canceling that's Splatoon event. Is there any way that we can directly damage the health of young people?
I see what you're doing here. Okay.
Is that like
right,
the COVID vaccine we sent to the Melee players?
We take
that felt good. But is it possible
so
we could damage the mental health of the youth?
Got it. I see
directly.
I see exactly how your paradigm shift works here. You take the exact same level, and you just swap the ingredients out. Gotcha. Okay. Right. All right. Well, here we go. Now, this is a story that I read about, and as I open my mouth to say more about it, very many people are saying, hold on a second, this might not be what it appears to be. So let me say what I was told the story is, and then we can update after the fact whether there are new details.
So what we can do is we can say that we're reading the story off of Polygon.com, and that if we get anything wrong, that you should just blame Polygon.
Well, I mean, I was actually reading it. I grabbed it. It's Eurogamer, but
I mean, I just typed it in, and that was the first one. Yeah, I'll go to the Eurogamer one. Why not?
Okay. Well, what I saw initially was a tweet from an account basically saying, yes, it's a post on the Etika Reddit network. Etika, who had the YouTuber the live streamer who unfortunately passed away not too long ago. Joy-Con Boys is the slogan. That thing that's been around and has taken on quite some life, especially among the fan base. And my understanding is that on the Etika Reddit network, there were Eticons, which are essentially Joy-Con skins that were created in memory of Etika and that were for charity fundraising purposes. So
yeah, the profits, or at least some of the profits, would go to a mental health foundation known as the JED Foundation.
Exactly. Charity for teens and young adults in the U.S.
I think they're just shells. I think
they are shells. Exactly, they're just shells. And apparently, the initiative had raised over $10,000 for charity. This is the story as it goes. So with that sounds overall like a way to turn an incredibly tragic thing into a very slight positive. And, it sounds like a very noble and admirable endeavor. So
and it makes sense. Etika was unfortunately the victim of suicide as an end result of a long history of mental health issues. And so it makes sense to do a charity thing that would help other young people with mental health issues, right? Like that seems like a A to B. Okay. And he was a big Nintendo fan, so there's the C, right? So this seems like a win-win for Nintendo to get in on this and to contact the family, and et cetera, et cetera.
Nah, shut it down. They're using the word Joy-Con. That's a copyrighted trademark. Stop it.
Oh. All right.
So, This is what the story, as reported, was, and piecing this all together alongside the story about Splatoon, alongside the story about Melee, to me, all I could think of was the ever brilliant Miles Edgeworth line, "You're not a clown, you're the entire circus."
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So, now then, what is it that people are live concerned about when it comes to this story that is possibly not the truth or possibly misleading? This is what we need to find out. A little hard to do when we're running it live, but
I'm seeing some folks basically argue about the ratio of the gentleman's donations to charity versus a profit margin, stuff like that.
I'm seeing someone mentioning that the story apparently is that Nintendo requested that the words Joy-Con be removed and that they can still sell them as long as the word Joy-Con is removed because it's trademarked, and that the rest of the story is an exaggeration.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
To this, I say to you, now that might be true, but do you know what else might be true? That the board of directors at Nintendo is looking at a copy of the DSM-5 and they are jerking off onto it and going, trademarks.
Okay. So, and with that, a couple others chiming in about this possibly being just something in the wake of the current Nintendo hate wave, kind of latching onto it and trying to take it in another direction, which you don't got to do that. Let them do it themselves. That's not necessary if the story is in fact not what it appears to be, or at least not according to the way this was written. So, all right. Nice little controls Z on that one then, if it's in fact not what's going on. Never mind that.
Hey guys, hold on. I'm on Twitter right now. There's a new announcement. Nintendo has just announced that if you own a Switch console, they will take your firstborn.
Okay. So yeah, if these are shells, then if it's just a matter of removing the word Joy-Con from the situation, then that's not that bad. Apparently this was a C&D from months ago. Okay. And if this is in fact, raising money for a good cause, then that all makes perfect sense and checks out. So that seems fine. So yeah, whatever's not true about this story then, well, fuck that.
I legitimately, okay, so I'm an adult now, ostensibly, and I have not understood fanboyism for many, many long time years. Wooly, I think you remember that guy we knew in college who was just all about that PlayStation. He was crazed about that PlayStation. And that was silly.
I don't remember you being a console warrior. I fought and grew up with people like that. I don't remember you being that. I remember you you had an irrational hatred for the Dreamcast, which you still do, but that's the only one.
Right? But there are those people out there. And it has become increasingly bizarre. Not the people that love Nintendo games, because they're a specific type of series of genres and they're really good. But those who are like, man, I love Nintendo. That has become a weirder and weirder point of view over time, over many years. Because they are about as out of touch and bad mean to you as any video game company could possibly be.
Yeah. But I guess the sentiment depends on how up to date you are with what's going on. For example, if you haven't been following the news to know about a lot of this stuff, and you're saying it the way, for example, my brother would have remarked, like, oh yeah, I love Nintendo because we grew up with tons of great games playing on old consoles, then that statement remains intact. So you got to remember, you're talking to people who are following the news and are aware of current events and aware of the goofiness of Nintendo's online even being a problem, as opposed to those that might not necessarily. So it depends on who you're talking about when it comes to saying that. Because, you know, as someone whose job it is to follow current events, there have been there have been more blunders than victories in the recent years of Nintendo. And overall, that has turned my positivity into a sort of like, well, I will accept, I'll pick and choose, you know? I feel like I used to feel a lot more positively about the company 2 generations ago, 3 generations ago. And nowadays I kind of am just like, well, I like what I like specifically about it. But yeah, the overall, like, yeah, they do generally pretty good stuff is certainly a little bit.
You know what I love? I just realized we have all of these, and this is like mid-December, so the news is going to stop in a couple weeks. Like, there's going to be nothing going on because nothing's going on. But in January, maybe February, I'm not sure on the exact date, we're going to get to talk about Nintendo again, because that's when part 2 of an earlier Nintendo story will come back up, which is, hey, fuck you, you're not allowed to buy Mario Sunshine anymore.
Right. And the other artificial rarities.
Right. Underneath all of this and all this trademark shit is Nintendo's the only company that I can think of that has not just defended their trademarks aggressively, but has introduced the concept of like a digital shelf life to decade-old games.
The vault, yeah.
You know what? You know what this is gearing up for? They got to kill all this Melee online shit so that when the next Smash Brothers comes out in 6 years, you can get rollback Melee as a pre-order bonus, and only a pre-order bonus.
I don't even think they'll Modern Warfare it. I thought about that for a while, and I really don't believe that. I mean, this might blow up in the future because you're betting against infinity, and making hard predictions about things never happening is just a losing game. But it seems unlikely based on the way they think about games these days, because Smash is, there's no like Melee existing alongside the new Smash. The new Smash is meant to crush and destroy every copy of Melee. If they could have those physical discs evaporate, they would.
If they could literally go to your house and smash your disc with a hammer, they totally would.
Like, whatever the anniversary that comes up for Smash Brothers is, their anniversary celebration will be, here's the new game. Now go and delete your old one. In fact, installing this requires you to have deleted it.
Oh my god, somebody actually pointed out in the chat, wait, Nintendo did invent pre-order exclusive games with the GameCube version of Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask or Wind Waker. That literally already happened.
The Master Quest.
They literally already did that.
Yeah. So yeah, the Modern Warfare playbook. Yeah. Again, it's just like, if they were not so angry about there being a second Smash Brothers in existence alongside the new one, then maybe. But I feel like they're just like, nah, the new baby is all that matters. Murder the old child.
More than anything, I'm really upset at Nintendo because I've been having to defend Melee a lot lately. And that's not as fun as the other thing.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
And I don't like it.
Clearly.
I just want to like grab a fucking like meme template and slap the phrase "Melee players are pedophiles" on it, and no effort meme it to 1 million upvotes.
Yeah, I
can't do that right now.
No,
because
that
community's being hard fucked by their parent company.
I can see that you melt a little bit every time you have to step up to the bat for the community, that exists, that are basically just fucking, getting handled in this way. I can see that. But, yeah. Pat yourself on the back, I suppose. Because you will continue to report on the story while taking your jabs everywhere that you can take them. So, those shots are not going unchecked. I mean, you just took one. Don't worry, you're getting it done.
It makes me sad. It makes me sad.
What a hero.
It's tough to be this heroic. It's
standing on the line, calling out what needs calling out, and also turning around every once in a while to remind the people that you're defending that they're pieces of shit too.
You guys smell. Stay farther back away, please.
Or facing forward with your shield as you Reinhardt forward, but your ass is out shitting really hard spray back at the team that you're defending. How about that?
If I could get every Melee player to promise Nintendo that they will take a big shower, do you think that this will end? Do you think that that is the crux of the situation? Can we get somebody who can talk to a human being at Nintendo to confirm that all of this behavior is because stinky Melee?
Get behind me, says Pat with the shield up. Moving the payload.
I just...
Well, anyway. Yeah, that's a pretty shit week for now 2 Nintendo game communities. Let's see how this keeps going. Let's see if they'll, I don't know, just find a way to triple down. Who's not up to anything? Is the ARMS community currently involved in any controversy?
I no offense to, I mean, I don't particularly like ARMS, but no offense to the ARMS community, but I never got the feeling that was like large like the Smash or
no, but I'm just saying, while you're taking shots, the ARMS community and Pokken Tournament need to be dragged to the bottom of the ocean while we're at it. Let's find ways. Let's do it. Yeah. And I know you're thinking, what community? But I'll have you know that when I did the ARMS for Glory episode, they fucking came out. They popped out of the sewers and the hidey holes, and they let me know, yo, this game is for real, there's tech though, and sent me a ton of material, and we went over it, and it was kind of nuts. They showed up.
I'm going to imagine that there's there's a good amount of people that listen to this podcast, and I would imagine a certain percentage of those people have a decent sense of humor and understand that, for example, I'm joshing them and don't take it too personally. And like Melee or like ARMS or like Splatoon, there's probably, a couple people that are in those communities listening to this right now. And I cannot possibly imagine the emotional baggage state, I don't know what to call it, of being like way in a Splatoon or way into Melee or whatever and talking to your friend and they're like, hey, I was thinking about getting into it, and thinking about, should I tell them to just not and pick something else that will not have all of this nonsense associated with it? Right? Can I not just tell them to play Shrek Super Slam, because at least DreamWorks isn't like DMCA takedowning fucking Shrek tournaments?
Personally, I think telling people to not be part of a community of a game that you don't play is a shit move. If the person enjoys it for whatever reason, if they're into that thing, then let them be into that thing. You know?
No. I mean, hey, I was thinking about getting into Melee. Should I? It has to come with the caveat of you, the old hat Melee player, not you, but the royal, going, oh, it's a great game and it's really fulfilling, but...
Oh, yeah, okay, sure.
Right?
But,
then you have to explain all this stupid shit.
Yeah, but it all sort of depends, right? Because here's the thing, like, I say this as somebody who fucking, has a show called Get Into Fighting Games, and, we go over it. Like, I get messages from people who are just like, hey, I'm playing some games, picked up Street Fighter V, checking it out, having some fun with it. What's up, right? What do you think? Or, like, what should I do, or what's next, or whatever the case is. And, this is one of those things where it's like, okay, this is someone who is potentially just going to enjoy this completely separate from all of this community close to it shit that's going down. If you're not, you can definitely have a fun time playing the video game, and if there's decent net play, playing online with people or so, just ignoring this shit. And if you go further into it, then you do find out about it. I think you have to kind of gauge whether the person is looking for that or not. If you're someone who's in this community, if the person is looking at something as if like they want to go in all the way and kind of like really, find a way to like hang out, make friends, play a lot and put their time into a thing, then like, yeah, you do them a disservice by not bringing any of that up. But like what I'm saying, like there's times when I'm talking to the wrong person about like the problems with Street Fighter or Samurai Showdown, for example, where I got a friend of mine who is like super, like not even a gamer in any kind. Like he picked up like one or two consoles over the last 10, 15 and, just jumps in and whatever. And he's like, hey man, I heard good things about Samurai Showdown. What do you think or whatever? And I kind of was just like, yeah, like that. If that's what caught your eye, seems pretty cool. You'll probably have fun with it. Playing online sometimes can be a problem, but in the end, I'm not going to offload all this baggage that he doesn't give a fuck about to him,
I don't know. I feel like it's like, because the reason I say Smash in particular is because so much of the Smash community now, because the game's ancient, and getting into that community kind of ostensibly implies being involved with these events to some degree, that you're probably going to run into this stupid shit. Like, if you got into Melee right now, right?
Certainly. I mean, Melee right now is Slippy. That's it.
Yeah.
Like, there's no other... That's what that is, Like, some games have other ways or other community... or some games have enough going on that you can't ignore what's happening, but in this case, it's like, no, it's just Slippy. You definitely have no choice, So, yeah,
like,
it depends on the person, depends on the game. That's
this
weird
the
reality.
Feeling of like, say I'm a big Smash Brothers fan. I'm in this scenario, and you are getting into Melee right now, and I have to look at you, and I would feel immoral of me to not look you directly in the eye and say, Wooly, this is a cool game. There's a lot of cool stuff happening. I just need to warn you that there is a 1 in 20 chance every day of the rest of your life that Shigeru Miyamoto and Eiji Aonuma are going to ring your doorbell, and when you answer the door, they're going to throw a bucket of AIDS into your face.
Dig.
And then they're going to laugh at you, and then they'll both jump up and high-five the ghost of Gunpei Yokoi.
Doug Trio.
And then not release a Metroid game.
Doug Trio. Now, realistically, of course, someone who is getting into Smash Brothers starting at a outsider's casual level is probably just going to go play Smash Ultimate.
Yeah, probably.
There's not much reason to assume they're going to wind up through the fucking, maze that leads them to Melee. They'll probably just go grab the latest Smash on the eShop and buy it and play that.
Way more likely. Yeah, that's much more likely.
So if people are trying to get specifically into Melee, it's for a particular reason that person is aware of / a flavor they're looking for, and they can't be completely in the dark at that point.
They were in the Home Depot, and they were going to the Home Depot to get box cutters because you want a box cutter. It's a good thing to have. And then they passed by the shower section where they have all the faucets, and they became very uncomfortable. And a gentleman nearby saw that they were uncomfortable and said, "Hey man, have you ever heard of Smash Brothers?" And they went, "Yeah, I've been playing a lot of Ultimate." And they said, let me tell you about this shit. Stinky.
Well, fuck that guy. But anyway, yeah.
And you standing there were enthralled by this man's stank, going, "This is the kind of community I can get into." Smelly.
Yeah, like at what point do you run out of things to say, and do you just start getting to the bullet point? You're the bird on stage, flipping through your fucking cue cards right now.
Yeah.
What are we doing here? What's on the next cue card?
My brain just wanted to keep going, but it had nothing left, so I just ended up just blurting out stinky.
Boo, get more material, stinky. Uh-oh, all the cards say stinky. All right. Got it. Yeah, so this is every community, every community's fucking taking hits left and right, but like this is one of those ones where you're like, man, you couldn't even throw them a bone. You couldn't even fucking give them, the least of a decent fucking thing here. And in the end, what was going to happen, right? Here's the thing to think about. What would have happened was the Splatoon tournament would have had a bunch of free Melee things, and that would have been a little bit of an embarrassing but oh well moment as people go, ha, look at that. Yeah, cool, the Splatoon players know what the deal is. Anyone who doesn't know can, I guess, go look it up. But for the most part, then the night ends and none of us are talking about Splatoon today on Monday. You know what I mean? Like, that's all that would have happened. But instead, no, you do this, you Streisand affect it, and now you're trending, and now everyone is like, holy shit, fuck you guys. Like, you're getting ridiculous over nothing. You know? So yeah, just flush all that goodwill out. And keep it up, guys, Push people that otherwise didn't have opinions about this or otherwise didn't care to kind of be like, well, fuck you, Nintendo. Splatoon had no reason to hate Nintendo or have issues with them, really. Splatoon was just doing its thing as far... Well, you know what? I can't say for sure because I'm not paying attention to the Splatoon community. But, in my head, it was like, oh, yeah, they'd have the Splatfests and all this cool art of, everything related to that. And then... whatever, but now it's like, oh no, now there's a reason for Splatoon to have beef with Nintendo where there was none, All right.
Wait, hold on, look at this.
Yep. I'm fully expecting to be sent a picture of just stink lines on their own.
No, shut up.
Oh yeah, look at... Oh wow! Wow! Would you look at that? It's literally exactly what I just said it would be. It is 1,000% exactly the thing that I said it would be. Look at that. Huh.
No, shut up.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Okay. Well, anyway. He just tweeted out a picture of Smash with the stink lines on it, and it's just, oh, yeah, okay. Right.
It says, ew, stinky on it.
Never stop subverting expectations.
Oh, Foxcade liked it. Thanks, man.
What'd you do this week?
All right. I played so much Like a Dragon this week that I'm almost like burnt out on it. So I'm not going to stream it this week because of Cyberpunk. So I'm going to stream it next week. That game's incredible, but those games tend to have two endings. There's the ending at the 80% mark, which is like the emotional ending, and then the final is like the wrap up of all the plot elements that they've left hanging. So I got to the emotional end of Like a Dragon, and I was exhausted, and I cried a little bit, and it was incredible. That game's incredible.
Let the record show that apparently this is the how many Yakuza games have made you cry now?
A lot. Not the first one, and not the second one, and not the third one. I was pretty sad in the fourth one. I did cry a little bit during the fifth one. I regret crying during the sixth one. Boy, do I regret it. Ah!
Okay.
Yakuza 6 has the only example I can think of in any game. Oh my god. So if you go to my tweet about the Smash Brothers thing, underneath it, Foxcade posted that weird baboon with the lipstick, and the dog hates it. The dog is freaking out.
Oh god. Okay, I'm like, what the fuck is happening over there? Sounds like something really bad is happening to Zangief.
He hates it. He's gonna fight that baboon with the lipstick.
Right, that one.
Buddy, hey, it's okay. I clicked away. I clicked away from the baboon.
Was it on the big screen?
Yeah.
Oh,
it was on the TV.
You put it on the big screen. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right. No. He does not return to Monk. He does not want it.
Oh, he does not like Monkey.
No.
That is not... I don't know what I thought was going to happen today, but I sure didn't think that I would discover that my 6-month-old bulldog fucking hates monkeys. Or lipstick?
I'm kind of scared.
He's protecting you. That's really sweet.
God, he is protecting.
He's
I've seen footage of dogs freaking out at the TV when there's the character select screen for whatever for the game where the character charges at the screen, makes the dog panic and freaks out. So it's like, okay, yeah, it thinks a person's running at them. That's fine. This is just a fucking dumb monkey.
Zangief.
Wow.
Zangief, hey.
The new Apex character.
Good job. You protected us.
Okay.
That's real good.
All
right. Oh my god. So, what else did I do? I was gonna play Project Wingman and Call of the Sea, but I had a horrible migraine, so I didn't play those. I played a little bit of Dragon Quest XI-S.
Just for comparison?
Just for comparison. That is a really frustrating game. That is a really frustrating game. So, there are a million features that game has added.
Well, yeah, you're playing one of the biggest franchises ever that's been quality of life over the course of decades. Like,
no. I mean Dragon Quest XI-S in comparison to Dragon Quest XI.
Oh,
because I had already played DQ11 a year ago.
Oh, okay.
Right. No. That game is the Switch port. It's the version that came out on Switch later with the extra content. It has so much extra content, and a lot of them are very nice little quality of lives. So you now have like auto advance on dialogue, which the original version didn't have. There's a million little things you can do with the menus. You can change all sorts of options. There's like a 2D mode. There's all sorts of nice additions, etc. But I don't. Did you hear about like the weird shit about the way this game was released, Willie?
Last thing I heard about Dragon Quest was the Smash character and that witch with the checkerboard clothing.
Okay, so here's the thing. The game came out on the PS4, the Xbox, and the PC like a year or two ago, right? And then they ported that game to the Switch. And because the Switch release was really late, they added lots of extra content. Like lots of extra content. To which people said, wait, are you talking about... Wait.
Star Ocean?
You're talking about Star Ocean. You're talking about Star Ocean, the second story.
Doubles down the point. Yeah, no, I don't.
Right.
I don't know anything.
So it's the typical Japanese second version of the game has all that extra shit, right? And then everybody who had the PC version or the Xbox version or the PlayStation version, well, can we get that extra stuff? And originally, Square Enix said, nah, probably not. And they said, you know what? Fuck it. You guys can get the fancy version, which also includes like a real orchestrated version of the soundtrack, which was previously only synthesized because of the dickhead war apologist composer of the Dragon Quest series was like, I don't want my fucking music to be in America kind of stupid shit.
God, yeah, okay, I remember hearing a little bit about that.
You remember?
Yeah.
So it's like it's got the music, it's got
what a
extra
twist!
stuff,
What a fucking plot
twist! A million
twist.
Quality of life features. It's a much better version of the game, except the PC, Xbox, and PlayStation versions are not your version with the new stuff added in. They're the Switch version ported up. So the game looks way worse. Looks way worse.
Man, you ever just randomly find out a music composer is just full on crazy racist out of nowhere?
Yeah.
That shit's wild. Not to fucking completely swerve on it, but it's that story.
Yeah, full on like 90-year-old man that you're like, hey, what you guys feel bad about World War II? And he's like, yeah, we didn't go far enough. And you're like, all right, I'm gonna get out of this conversation as fast as I possibly can. You want to talk about Dragon Quest? No. Let's just put the old man in the corner, please.
Hey man, how you feel about Eric Clapton? You like his music?
Don't know who that is.
Oh, really?
Eric Clapton? That sounds familiar.
Layla?
My mom probably listened to Eric Clapton.
Tears in Heaven? You got me on my knees, Layla. Da, da, da.
Okay, there it is.
Yeah, right?
What's his
would
deal?
you know my name if you saw me in heaven? Right, that guy?
Yeah.
So soft songs, usually little ballads, overall pretty known.
Oh, here's a nice quote.
And I'm like, oh yeah, that's that guy that makes the soft ballad songs, and it is what it is. And then, he unfortunately lost a son, and you're like, man, that's a sad thing. And then that was the extent of my knowledge and overall awareness of this. And then someone's like, hey, by the way, did you hear what he said to a crowd in England back in the 70s? And I'm like, what did he say? And they're like, not great stuff.
I was gonna read out this embarrassing
quote,
yeah.
And then by all means, though.
I'm good.
How bad?
I read the second half of it. And
how
I
bad
don't think
can
I
it
wanna
be?
say any of that. It can be pretty bad.
Like, it can't be that bad. Like, it's just a lot of people were not sensitive back in the day, and they kind of said stuff, and it was what it was.
3 instances in this quote of the phrase, get the blanks out, in parentheses of England.
Listen. Everyone had their moments, and they were sometimes taken out of context. And perhaps there's just some depreciated language. So you find out about that and you go, hey man, it was a long time ago. What's the big deal? You know?
Anyway. So yeah, Dragon Quest XI S is a really complicated version of the game because it is mechanically superior, but it is very graphically inferior. And I spent like a little while messing around with like back end. You know when you go to games options and you go into the INI and you just
do we have any foreigners in the audience tonight? If so, please put your hands up. So where are you? Well, wherever you are, I think you should all leave. Well, not just leave the hall, leave our country. I don't want you here in my room or in my country. Listen to me, man. I think we should send them all back. Stop Britain from becoming a black colony. Get the foreigners out. Get the wogs out. Get the coons out. Keep Britain white.
You're very brave to have read that. And I am very smart for not having read that.
You get it, Eric Clapton. You get it. It's good. It's good. Do your thing.
I just want to talk about it.
Speak your truth. Say it with your chest. Say it off your chest. Oh, fuck. Yep. Sorry. It just, that one hit me like, ooh, he's all in. He's in big. So when you brought up the composer,
this was on like a stage. This was
yeah. No, totally. Right on live event, like not back room recording with someone going, "Oh fuck, what?" Like to the crowd. And yeah, you know, you just kind of go like, "Wow, the fucking Layla guy."
Hey man, as long as we're talking about big stars that do a very big sudden heel turn, I don't think anybody's ever going to beat Liam Neeson ever.
Oh man,
ever.
Well, hey,
Nothing.
No, now you hold on, you wait, all right? Liam Neeson he's a fine gentleman, and he was just upset about recent events, so he needed to find himself a black bastard.
So people are saying Mel Gibson, nuh-uh.
He needed to find a black bastard, and that's all he wanted.
That was so people don't know, and so what it was is that a friend of him had been the victim of a crime by a black person, and so Liam Neeson's response as a young man was, I went around to a bunch of bars and started shit in the hopes that I could just kill a black person.
He was looking for some trouble. He was feeling a little bit wayward, and he was looking for a black bastard.
And I think the weirdest thing about that story is that he told it really recently. He told that like 2 years ago.
Yeah, because he was talking about how he confronted his own issues and how he had to come to terms with his feelings one time. So he basically he put that out there himself. He did, and you know, he just let the world know. He let everybody know. And I don't
watch that interview.
Oh, I sure did. And I'm like, there is nothing wrong with letting people know how you feel. Let them know.
There was a really bizarre. The bizarrest moment was not that he casually admitted to, I thought about hanging around for a couple weeks, committing a hate murder against a random person. But he's telling the story in the context of like, well, no one's perfect. Everybody's had their hang-ups in their past. I mean, I, as a youth, briefly attempted to commit a series of hate crimes and was unsuccessful. Everybody's got their stuff, and like that, you watch the interviewer just start to just recede and just like, what? No, that's not true.
Become a part of the chair. Listen, man. I hear you, and you can say what you want. I fully encourage, endorse, and absolutely support anybody who has those feelings, who has it sitting inside. Just, you gotta get it off. You gotta get it out there. Don't walk around every day pretending that everything's all right. It's therapeutic. Get it out there. You know, and then once you say it, you can breathe, you're lighter, you know, your sinuses get cleared up. Just let it out. Let it out. Let's hear it. Let me hear all of it, baby. Bring it to me. I love it. You know? I mean, yeah, it's the best, you know? Liam Neeson, I'm more than I could have been that black bastard. I could have been that guy, and I would have loved to have heard the opinions. It's, you know. Anyway, let's not discourage people from
11
speaking their truths.
It doesn't look as good, but you can go into the innie and you can turn on better foliage and better anti-aliasing. So if you actually want to do that, I'll just retweet the innie thing that I used. What else? What the fuck else did I do this week? It was mainly like almost all Like a Dragon. Like I played a lot of that game. Yeah, not a whole else. Other than that, I mean, taking care of that stupid dog.
Did you combo break? Did you combo break your explanation of your crying in Yakuza 6?
Maybe I did.
Was that a deliberate move?
No, but I'm in no desire. So, Wooly, let me explain this to you, because you may not have had this happen to you, but I know that you can empathize with the frustration. Imagine, if you will, a story that has a really genuinely fantastic relationship between two characters over a long period of time. And then they sit down and they give like an incredibly well-written, heartfelt like speech or letter. And it's tear jerky, right? It's really sweet. And you're like,
you don't even have to go into the hard details of it, but you can just say essentially there's a strong moment that gets undone or ruined in some way.
No, we're going to the details.
Okay.
And I'm not going to name any names, but and you're like, this is a really sweet send off to this great relationship. And then you get to the end of the letter and realizing that they're not writing it to the character you thought they were. They were writing it to the worst character in the series that you hate with every fiber of your being.
Oh, okay.
And you realize that the thing that you've been tearing up over because of its like saccharine sweetness and its emotional resonance was actually something that if you knew what was happening at the beginning, you would be screaming at your television that this is the worst thing that ever happened to the story.
Gotcha. Okay.
The game literally tricked me into crying for a character that I despise.
Okay.
And it's that moment that I knew, man, people who make these games are crazy. They are not in touch with humans.
So it's almost as if like a really awful person, a horribly abusive, manipulative, and sexually abusive for that matter, character in a show like Gundam Seed eventually gets blown the fuck up and offed and gets the death that she deserves, but then she gets to come back as a ghost to say, hey, everything's gonna be okay. And there's a nice big, slow, dramatic ghost message as she gets to fade up into heaven with all the purity that a fucking abusive piece of shit would have.
You know what it is? I'll give everybody an example they can all appreciate. What if Shinji was on the phone and Shinji's on the phone talking to Masato and how thankful he is for all of her support over the years and how that he has grown as a person and that he will always endeavor to keep them in his heart. And then on the other end of the line, Gendo answers, yeah, man, cool.
Yeah.
And you go, fucking what?
Yeah. Like, so Gundam Seed is a redo of 0079 in a lot of ways. Deliberately so. And you remember Lala?
Yes, I do.
and the impact of that moment with
that ripples the fuck out.
yeah. So
That's like the cause of most events in Universal Century, if I remember.
Imagine if your Lala, like, imagine if your goodbye Lala scene was replaced with, like, I mean,
oh, fuck it. We don't even need to do this. Go back and watch the end of Living the Dream, the NBA fucking...
No. Yeah, Vic Van Leer. No, but yeah, Vic Van Leer is that, right? But I was gonna say, imagine if you're fucking watching the scene and Amuro, instead of goodbye Lala, it's fucking goodbye Luca Blight. And Luca's naked in space. Really made me... Just going like, oh, it's gonna be okay, man. You know. It's gonna be good, no problem.
When you said "Die Piggy," that was a good one, Luca.
Yeah, those are the good days. And then the light of heaven opens up, and you know that he's got an afterlife waiting for him. Oh my god, it is. Yeah, and Living the Dream actually does that. That is true. That is fucking true. The audacity of giving horrible people a fucking ghost scene to somehow rectify their wrongs, as if, like, that makes a difference when the actions in life were what mattered, you know? Anyway, I can accept, like, I will accept that moment if the main character is hallucinating it, and then their grounded friend slaps the shit out of them and goes, what the fuck are you talking about? That person was awful. They had it coming.
Oh, he was the coolest guy. What is that from?
He was the coolest guy! He was the coolest guy! He was the coolest guy! Obito!
Oh, man.
The coolest guy! The source of fucking... I think they might have counted it at 100,000 bodies in the Great Ninja War. The fucking source of all the problems, alongside Madara. The coolest guy! Yeah, right. Yeah. Totally. Anyway, so yeah, another example.
I don't like Yakuza 6 very much. I don't think it's very good.
So another example of a moment in Japan where a character that is otherwise a piece of shit, unforgivable garbage gets some sappy treatment. Got it.
Hey, how you liking Yakuza 0?
So far, fucking excellent. Did you pull it up again? What? No, that's not cool. Stop.
I needed to know.
No, stop. Stop it. Now you're bothering Zangief. That's not cool. Don't do that. Don't do that. That's not cool. Stop.
You're very brave.
Don't agitate the dog on purpose.
He's protecting us.
If you're putting fucking cucumbers down to fuck up your cat, that shit sucks too. Don't do it.
Oh, you never trolled your dog before?
Don't get him agitated.
He's not agitated. He's protecting me.
Zero so far is pretty good. I think it's a fucking great introduction. Went through the first little bit there. Got a feel for things. And yeah, overall, I'm really enjoying that even with the early limited combat options, they give you a second style to switch to right away, and you start building out that moveset nice and fast. So,
let me guess, you like Rush style?
Of course. But
good.
It doesn't hit very hard.
No, it doesn't.
So that's the thing, right? I love evasive maneuvers, but when the trade-off is damage, you really want to switch back and forth. So I'm probably gonna end up, mixing it up just because damage is important too, But But yeah, so that was really good. And you know, in a game where you're going to be doing a bunch of mini games, a bunch of social stuff and whatnot, you want to make sure that like the combat, which is going to be constant all over the fucking map, is going to be fun too. So that's really rad. The heat system, all of that's cool. Yeah, you know, like so far it's fucking excellent, engaging, and that first part's linear, but it makes sense. It's slowly introducing you to a big world. I would say that like that's a much better way of how to railroad the beginning of a story that is going to open up with its map compared to something like P4. P4's railroad is brutal by relative comparison. You know, like I remember people falling off of that. Like Punch Mom fell off of it and had to re-engage a second time. So that was cool. And yeah, lots of really detailed faces that have very awesome voices. Kuze is a good old piece of shit. Nice hateable fucking name.
There's no series that draws very immaculately detailed, kind of ugly looking old dudes like the Yakuza series.
And I'm just looking at like what's that dude? I think it's one of the bosses. Maybe the guy who rolls his R's a lot. Is it Awano?
Oh, guy in purple?
Amaro? Yeah. Amano. He's basically the Silvio of the crew. Right? He's the That
dude's a comedian.
Yeah, it's Awano. There we go. Incredible. Like just you're looking at these faces and it's like, man, the lines in detail compared to the NPCs. You guys must be important. Fucking cool. Fucking great. Mr. Shakedown has been shooketh down and handled.
I saw that.
Second Mr. Shakedown also handled. So that was cool. The rhythm game fucked me up, and then it fucked me up again, but then I got it, but it fucked me up for a good bit because, like, there's a couple things happening with it that I didn't understand what was going on, and or rather, there's a couple of sub steps that made it harder for me to like just ignore what else was going on and just hit the beat. But yeah, it was great. It was fucking great.
How's your search for CP going?
My search for Compo is...
Oh, that's your...
is taking a second, but we're getting there. I intend to fully... I got myself some... I want to get my money expansion first, because money equals literal moves alongside everything else. And then... what was the other one? There was another really cool sounding
one. Quick change clothes.
Quick change. Yes, Hitchhiker. Hitchhiker, let me know. Quick change is the deal. And running without getting out of breath is going to be nice.
Yeah, they took that out in 7, and I was really happy because Jesus Christ, it's annoying in all the games that have it.
Stamina,
which I think is like it's all the games, but it wasn't bad in the first 2.
But like, is it
once they moved to like a more realistic game that was like, oh.
But is it just to have a like I'm running from these thugs, but then oh no, they caught up to me? Is that all that's for?
No, it's literally movement speed. You do a lot of running.
No, but I mean the limitation on it. Like, what's the point of making him get tired, gameplay wise?
So that. I'm going to say because when you get tired and have to walk, you can look around at the pretty graphics. Alternatively, well, I mean, it's hard to run for forever. I mean, pick your poison.
Yeah. I was interested in, and I'm interested in seeing how this game develops, the characters that I've heard about and that I'm familiar with through osmosis. But I was quite surprised, or rather, not surprised, but I guess I was like, oh, huh. In that Kiryu, I was like, oh, how is Kiryu going to become the Kiryu that we know? and that we see later on, and it's like he's already that guy. Kiryu's already just Kiryu.
There's a flashback in like Yakuza 1 to like when he's like 15.
Oh, there's one in this too.
And he's like already most of the way there in the flashback.
Yeah. No, there's no. This is him starting out, and he's already that flavor. He's already the badass. He's already what we're calling affectionately Crime Ryu.
Yeah,
he's Crime Ryu, and there's no other explanation necessary. You know, at some point he was an orphan
grew up in the orphanage,
and then that's that. So
his dad loves murder, and he grew up to love his dad but hate murder. Which, you know, Yakuza 1 is actually the least confusing about this. But all of the others are very confusing, and Yakuza 0 might be the most confusing. Which is, okay, you hate murder, and you don't like extorting people, and crime is evil, and a moral lifestyle is imperative, and you would never do anything dishonorable. So why are you a career criminal?
Yeah, it's moral within the context of the life I've chosen. And I was kind of wondering if they were going to go for a thing that's like, hey, you know, this game would never encourage anyone to go out there and be a delinquent that becomes a full-on Yakuza. However, for those of us that have already fallen, this is what we do, and this is how you make the best of the situation. But don't go do it, kids. I kind of was wondering if that's the flavor they were going to go with.
It only got more confusing over time, because like you run into literally 100,000 gangsters, into which Kiryu goes, man, you guys are scum. And they're like, we're criminals, dude.
Well,
like, you know, this real estate scam we have going on, that's a criminal. Like, we're making money via crime.
Well, hey, look, Giorno wants to, and Bruno for that matter, wants to fucking clean up the drugs and take care of the old people. Like a real street gang, you know, like a real mafia. So yeah, it's just it's one of those things. It's one of those bits. The flavor of the job or the this is. I mean, it might as well just be like a replace it with Pokemon Master or whatever else, except the flavor happens to be criminal, you know. But but hey, what's a pirate? What's a pirate? By definition.
A pirate is a cool friend that you go on adventures with.
And you make a big old merry group of buddies, and you sail the seas, and everybody's like, yeah, friendship.
A pirate is just a nakama you haven't met.
Right.
Hey, stop that.
So we're not, you know, like, what are we fucking doing here? Like, we're a band of roving happy pirates, but you just kind of dismiss the rest of that, you know?
Does the One Piece crew even steal things?
I don't know. You know, you could always be like, well, we're going to throw a date out there, but King of Bandits Jing, who is,
what you're talking about.
He's an anime, and he steals the things. And when he steals the things, there's usually a really good reason for it, or he steals like a concept, you know, instead of stealing an actual physical object. So
you mean like Jojo Lion's stand?
Almost like Soft and Wet. Yeah. And he uses Kier, and then he fucking, you know, and then he steals the thing.
I
but
gotta
it's stealing
say,
for good.
Wooly, have you kept up with Jojo Leon?
I'm not up to date. No, I'm far from it. But I've restarted and reattempted. I'm working my way back through it.
Because I'm not up to date, but I was blasted a couple weeks ago with what might be the grandest out of context JoJo panel of all time.
Okay. Well, yeah, I know that shit's popping off, which is specifically why I started rereading it, and I don't want to know. So.
It's.
But anyway.
I gotta read that one day. That shit looks dumb.
The weirdness of Kiryu pursuing this lifestyle, which, even though his peers are probably collecting protection money, I doubt we will ever see him doing so.
Actually, that's literally the first thing you do in Yakuza 1.
In 0, it starts with you collecting money that is owed to a debtor.
Right.
Which is different. That is not
You're
protection
loan
money.
sharking.
A loan shark is, if you're getting the money back from someone, you are getting money that they borrowed that they now owe, versus walking up to a business that has done nothing and taking their money from them.
That's right.
There is a difference morally between the two. I'm not talking about collecting loan shark money. Yeah. I feel as if one has that, like, well, you know, the amount is the amount type of thing that he can get away with thinking in his head, versus walking into a store, just running their business and going, well, now it's time for you to give us what you've earned for nothing.
Yeah.
You know?
Yakuza 0 to Yakuza 1 has like a very bizarre feeling to it, because they're actually in time they're like a couple of years apart, but in our time they're like over a decade apart. And even though they're the closest chronological games possible, Kiryu is like the most different between them out of all of them. Because in Yakuza 1 he's actually like less of a saint. Like, that's where Yakuza 1 is where you get the gif of him like smacking Haruka in the face. Like, just kablam to the small child.
Well, his upgrade is clearly going to be the hair. Although I thought it was really dope that he took his shirt off and we saw the tattoo wasn't finished yet. I thought that was really cool.
Yeah, that is a pretty cool detail.
Nice touch.
Hey, there's a fun little Easter egg that you can look at when you see Nishiki. He's been hanging out with you for a while.
Yep, long hair friend. Mm-hmm.
So they have a lot of scenes together, and one of the things that you should look out for is that they are not the same height, but there are scenes in which for the scene they have to be the same height. So be aware that they have teleported Nishiki like a foot up.
Okay.
Off the floor.
I
and
mean,
you just can't see them. You can't see under their knees.
Dude, I'm already getting used to 3 budgets of cutscene, of which there is
wild, isn't it?
Full on, then there's like in game, and then there's still animatic with voice acting. Like Ride to Hell shit.
Yeah,
you know.
It will get to the point. I had this happen in Yakuza 7 just the other night, where a conversation started out in like the text box, and then it moved to like the animatic with voice acting, and then it moved to the expensive cutscene. And I became unironically overwhelmed with anxiety because I was certain that progression meant that someone in the scene was going to die.
Right, okay. Yeah. 'Cause, yeah, you're like, every time a moment like it fades out and into like a higher budget thing, something's going down. Yeah,
something
totally.
very important is going to happen.
The moment you're playing any Persona game and like your in-game conversation is happening and it's stilted, and then suddenly someone goes, oh! And then it fades, and then an anime cutscene starts. It's like, oh shit, you know, this is budget for a reason. Things are going down, you know. Yeah.
Who could it be? And then it like fades out into like a CG or anime cutscene. You're like, oh no, it's going to be them.
Gotcha. Yep.
That
pretty rad so
series
far.
is so fucking weird. Hey, let me ask you, because I didn't look at the clip. Because Yakuza 0 has probably the slowest opening of all of them. But it also has the most definitive end to the prologue, which is totally not killing that guy by drop kicking him out that window.
I expect that this is supposed to be like a JoJo where they're just not showing us how many weeks he spent in the hospital. That's all you need to do. Is every time someone is
in the next scene.
Anytime someone is in a fatal ass encounter, you just go, yeah, they were in the hospital for the next year, you know, and you're, oh yeah, okay, all right, got it.
That guy is literally just back the next time you see the cutscene.
Oh, fucking rat face. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's got like bruises, but you're like, you got drop kicked out of a 4th story window so hard that the guy who drop kicked you almost died.
I would like to see the, you know, like how fucking wrecked people get, or not get for that matter, so that you can be like, you know, that fucking baby stand got off scot-free. Sure, it had to eat the poo-poo, but then at the end of that, it just grows up to still be a super evil baby.
Hey, this might sound a little off topic, but Wooly, do you like the X-Men?
I've been known to like an X-Man or two.
Are you a fan of the Wolverine?
I mean, he is the owner of the X-Men after all. I would have to be
true.
a fan of Wolverine if I like his X-Men.
Do you think that his healing factor is really cool?
I think his healing factor has been used for some cool moments that young Wooly has appreciated, like him in the bathtub.
Then you'll be fine playing these games.
Okay.
Injuries pertain to the scene in which they arrive only.
And as long as you drink a Strongman.
As long as you drink a Staminan X.
Staminan, excuse me, then you'll be all good. Yeah. Yep. No, it's great. It's great. My hard call. I made a hard call on fucking I'm just like the silliness that is Mr. Shakedown, then immediately leaning into it where he's like, no, I do want to be the strongest organ. I'm like, you're Jiren. I'm like, you're really just trying to be Jiren.
Oh, did he tell you why he needs money?
Yeah, he needs to work out hard because it's expensive to become the strongest living organism. And I'm like, I literally just cracked a joke about you crossing the ocean punching whales, and here we are.
I don't want to be the strongest man. I need to be the strongest living creature in the world.
And that's that one guy. That's just that guy.
Yeah.
There's other ones.
Yeah, that's just that guy. Yeah.
So yeah. Anyway, it was good. It was good. We'll see. I'm looking forward to getting into shogi very shortly.
Those games are incredible. They're really something. And
there's an option that's on by default that limits the frame count on cutscenes, and I guess they're going for like a cinematic look, but throwing that shit on just makes them look fucking great.
What version are you playing?
PC.
Okay, I played on the PS4. Didn't have that. I'm not familiar with that option.
Yeah, I mean, I'm like, might as well take the fucking car for a drive, right? So
yeah, absolutely. It's a good PC report too.
It's got an option that basically has the expensive cutscenes on like a limited frame rate by default for, I guess, like again like a cinematic look or so. But you throw that shit up or you turn that off and then it fucking looks great. I want to see all the creases in Kuze's face.
You know, just a couple years ago, I was sitting around going, I wish people cared about Yakuza and Monster Hunter, but nobody cares about Yakuza and Monster Hunter. Oh, man.
Look at that.
Oh, that worked out okay.
Yeah. Fucking put biking in that shit. Damn. What a mod.
Oh, they put everything in those games, Wooly.
Hey, yeah, I know, but it's a really good mod. some communities are much more advanced than others. The Monster Hunter modding community, the Dark Souls modding community, fucking through the roof with the quality of what I see people putting in those games. For sure. So that was Yakuza 0. The other thing I did was I had a birthday, and
Happy birthday.
thank you. Good old Punch Bomb threw a birthday con. A good time was had. We hung out. We took some pictures. We did some arts and crafts. We did perlers, and we played Ikaruga. And all in all, it was fun. It was very nice. She even printed out these like full-on lanyards with like the lamination and everything. It was crazy. I was like, wow, that's and rearranged every section of the place to be like, you know, different areas of a con. It was very cute, and yeah, like I feel like a very special boy. So
once again, on this occasion, I am reminded that you are actually older than I am, and I'm freaked out.
Yeah, that shit don't really make sense, but not by much, you know.
Yeah, not by much. I'm the baby. You know what? That does make sense. That does make sense.
It don't crack, baby. It don't crack.
Hey, quiet you.
Gotta get some fucking trade-offs for these stats.
Stats are all right.
Yeah. Not saying I would re-roll, but you know, you kind of know when you're a little under the minimums, you know, and nothing's hitting a soft cap anytime soon. So, speaking of soft caps, I continued working my way through DES, and I'm having a really good time with that, and it's. I am straight up like, I'm like, man, boy, that unintentional pause button in the form of the photo mode is bullshit. It is completely nonsense abusable. And if I did not already know what was upcoming and what was going on, it would be like...
Just peek every corner.
Every single fucking corner, right? Not just that, though. It legitimately lets you make safe drops, like, infinitely easier. So, when you're dropping down to fight Flame Lurker, or when you're dropping down... Or when you're dropping down after, the fucking... the Butcher Girl on 1-1 White World Tendency... on the left.
Yeah, you're dropping down to get the colored demon soul.
To get the colorless soul down there.
The colorless demon soul, yeah, that's it.
Yeah, so when you're doing drops like that, if you just photo mode and line the camera up below you and then move it above, it's free. It might as well be playing.
Wait, really? You can change your character's fucking direction using that?
No,
or what?
No, but you can verify that you are 100% standing above the drop.
Oh, yeah.
So you can stand at the ledge where you would drop, and then photo mode, peek the camera down, and zoom out, and then back in, and see that it's 100% lined up. It annihilates any of the fear of missing a drop if you abuse photo mode. It's really like... oh boy, yeah, that's that. There's a reason. There's a reason why that needs to stay in the fucking dark from new players. Because yeah, it'll, not to mention the fact that you can stop the game. Obviously,
that should be a new game plus unlock.
It should. I totally agree.
It legitimately changes the balance of the game in a lot of ways.
And you wouldn't... and again, I saw it there, but I didn't think of its applications until it was brought up. And then I was like, oh, fuck, yeah, okay, no, you can abuse everything. Again, minus invasions, but, you know, I'm fucking trying to keep my tendency up, so that's not happening.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is. Yeah, it's really nice and pretty to play through those areas and just see how they improved in their looks. Even if the even if some of the designs are not as weird and interesting as they used to be, the environments are fucking
Yeah,
gorgeous.
that's one of the things that I feel like I didn't actually properly hit on, which is like, yeah, some of the character designs are a little off, but the environment designs, which is like 90% of the game, is a stark improvement.
Mm-hmm. It really is like interesting to see little things like just like the saturation in certain areas. It like they added color and life to zones without making it feel like it's alive though. Like if anything
No,
it makes
Wooly, it's supposed to have no color at all.
so they made, for example, the Shadowman fucking 4-1 feel a lot more vivid and like like creatively like just like there's a lot more going on with the colors and the brightness and the what they're playing with, but it's still a fucking dead muck shit zone where everyone's fucking
Yeah,
trash, you know?
it's the thing of like those zones had primary colors, and by primary colors I mean like I think there was it felt like there was a fucking filter on those areas that was like, this is the green one,
When
this
you
is the orange one,
when you walk
right?
past the first roller in the old game, did the lightning strike happen?
No,
So in this,
no,
they added a moment of just like jump scare lightning striking a tree and lighting it up right behind the first Black Katana skeleton.
yep,
And I'm like, oh shit, look at that. That's a fucking, look at her. You're putting little things in there. And yeah, it got me, you know. But I'm like, yeah, no, that didn't feel cheap. That felt good. I like that. So little little decisions like that are like really going a long way, and I find not enough people are talking about just like the environmental upgrade being like fucking stellar.
yeah. Like you'll never be able to make an even semi-accurate version of the Valley of Defilement that doesn't look like an absolute nightmare, dark-ass shithole. But you can totally add details and a couple of gross colors to it
Mm-hmm.
that you couldn't have possibly seen before
you
without screwing up the tone or what
you
have you.
you can see more of the Prison of Hope, but it doesn't make it any less scary when the pitch black zones are there. You can see.
Prison of Hope has a detail that like it might have been there before, but I never noticed. Which you can see the zone above you a little bit, which like really makes it feel a lot better.
Oh yeah, the
Feels
upper
like the
tower
prison
is
is
like.
like part of the upper tower. Yeah,
Oh
because if
yeah.
you look straight up through the hole in the ceiling, you
Uh-huh.
can see a lot of the spider web kind of catacombs.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, it was it's really cool to like notice those little things. And there's a bunch of times where I catch myself just staring at even like the soul form little trails that are following you around and stuff, and you can see that there must have been tons of iterations of like what is the right mix of like ghostliness and little spirits following you and particles and things, but they struck up a nice balance where um you feel like yeah it looks obviously much better, but I like the fact that like the other world players that are running around are they look more in your world as well. Like they're not as transparent as they used to be. They're much more like present. So yeah, just fucking like awesome experience going through New Des.
I want to also give a big shout out to whoever the fuck was responsible. Those backstab and parry animations are fucking really
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, man. I've been running around with a fucking axe and just the level of like just how visceral it gets where you have like there's one where like the weight of the axe drops the person to the ground and then you pull back and just double slice them in half. It's fucking like
And
wow.
they have like a tiny little bit of camera shake on jostling movement. Like oh man, it looks real good.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Really, really cool on that. Um, Yeah, no, so far just, enjoying that run. I'm also getting to feel some of the stuff that was like some of the build stuff we talked about but didn't quite do back in the day. I'm finding out firsthand why the the meat cleaver, or the adjudicator sword, I'll call it.
Yeah, the meat cleaver. You were right the first time. Absolutely.
Yeah, like why that is so much infinitely better than the Vanguard axe.
Oh, it's like the second best weapon in the game. It's unbelievable.
It's crazy because I made myself the Vanguard axe there, and you're like, oh yeah, look at that big number. That's cool. It weighs what? The Dozer axe coming in at like 22, and you're like, well, fuck whatever build I was attempting to have a roll on,
Yeah.
So yeah, just fucking around with that stuff of my own accord is nice. And yeah, just doing shit I didn't get to do last time. Like I like having the option to enchant, the blades as well. Like I always wanted to play around a bit more with that, but didn't end up going for those builds last time. So this time around, it's pretty cool.
Because it's the first one of those that they made, there is like that game is terribly balanced. You can break that shit open in 100 different ways. Like, what if I stacked this thing on top of this thing and then lit it on fire? Oopsie. It's incredible.
A very important change has been made. Sticky white stuff is now known as sticky white slime.
Don't care for that.
And they specify that it comes from snails.
Don't care for it.
There you go.
Nope.
Now you can't make fun of it anymore.
I can do what I want.
Anyway. Yep. Great. Just fuck those stupid world tendency icons forever. Just tripling down on how stupid that shit is. Just fucking put a number next to it or make them distinct from each other. What is the point of making it obtuse? It's already obtuse. The system itself is obtuse. Why make the information obtuse as well?
No, well, you see, if you want the lava bow, what you need is a +7 of any type of bow, but it can only be +7, But if you want a sticky bow, you need to have that at +6. Like that, it's nonsense.
Yeah,
it's
like I made
garbage.
a fucking. I'm like, I take a +6 axe and go fucking turn it into the Dozer axe, which ends up being worthless, and then or you take a +0 club and get yourself a fucking meat cleaver. What the Anyway, whatever.
I want it to be a fire weapon. Well, it's got to be +3 and only +3. God damn it! Fuck you if you upgrade +4 upgrade.
There you go. Nope.
Hey man, I'm doing my best here.
Do you know if like they kept in like bugs like the roll to adjudicator?
Or one to the boss. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that bug was the example of these bugs we are keeping them in. They literally called that bug out specifically as one that they were keeping in. Okay. Because it is in the strategy guide that comes with the PS3 game.
Okay.
Like it is so part of that
legacy.
Game.
Yeah.
That it might as well be an intended one. The bugs that they removed were stuff like sprinting Firestorm, which is the ability to sprint while casting a spell that kills people everywhere and does like,
right. Yeah. I remember that.
And little stuff like that. But they kept all the non-fucky bugs. They added one in, which was give yourself infinite luck by popping a gold coin and talking to the maiden.
Oh, okay.
Oops.
Infinite luck?
Oopsie doodle.
So you just
so luck is a stat.
Yeah.
It affects item drops.
Yeah.
And there's a item they added to the game. It's a new item called a gold coin, which improves item drops. But it doesn't increase your item discovery. Instead, it increases your luck, and for a temporary period, right? And people discovered that if you go talk to the Maiden in Black when the effect is on, your luck scales infinitely. So you get like 8, 9, 10,000 points in luck
When you pop the temporary item and then talk to her.
Yeah, because then you back out and the game saves the stat as your real stat.
Wow. Okay.
And you know what?
The number doesn't change though.
The number does change.
Whoa.
Your luck. So what it does is it makes your item discovery infinity -1, which means all drops are 100%.
Guaranteed, yeah.
Which is really nice and convenient. Now, luckily, in Demon Souls, there's nothing that scales with luck other than item discovery and a very popular end game weapon that becomes a one-hit kill super weapon if you do this.
Oh boy.
Called the Blue Blood Sword.
The Blue Blood Sword. Yeah. Okay. All right.
And it scales its damage with luck, and it becomes possible to one-shot literally everything in the game.
Wow. Okay.
Including other players.
So that's gonna get fucking patched.
Here's the thing. So yes, they will patch it, but it's not the disaster that you think it is, because when you use this bug, the soul level calculation for PvP includes the new fake number.
Oh, your soul level does go up.
So the only people you can fuck with are the other people who fucked with it.
Who fucked with it. Okay.
So the game turns into Bushido Blade if you want PvP.
Yeah. Okay.
In addition, if you
do you get the other stat
yourself,
changes of soul level going up?
No.
Ooh.
If you de-level yourself, which you can do in that game, there's characters that can de-level you, but you can also, if you invade somebody and kill yourself, like by falling off something, you actually go down a level.
Okay.
And when you do that, it puts your stats back to normal. So you can turn it on and off.
Undo it. Is it only if you kill yourself, or if they kill you?
You have to be killed by not the other player.
Interesting.
When you invade. But here's where it gets really crazy. There is the final boss of 1-4 does a soul suck move, right?
De-levels you.
De-levels you, but it takes the souls that it would have taken to level you up to that luck and puts them into your bloodstain for real.
Whoa!
Which means if you use the luck trick and give yourself infinity luck, get soul sucked, and then go fight Alent, beat Alent,
becomes
pick up your bloodstain,
real.
You get the ability to give yourself maximum stats in every category.
Oh my god! It's fucking okay. All right, it's real and it's busted.
There's a video of a gentleman that likes to break apart games showing off how you can beat Demon Souls PS5 barehanded with no weapons using a variety of these exploits.
Now, if you were to see the thing is that when they patch this out, like I would say that like if they were able to do something such as like, oh, every profile with fake luck on it gets that part removed, that'd be fine. But once you convert it into real souls, that gets way harder, if not impossible, to untangle.
So here's the thing. Again, when your level goes up like that, it changes your soul level, which makes you only eligible for PvP with people with that fucked up soul level.
Yeah.
So there's no like danger to the game.
No, but the game itself in single player context is busted, and that's that.
Oh, it's been busted since 2013.
Forever, yeah. Fair enough. You'll never have.
There's also wrong warping in the game.
Couldn't you then, though, use those infinite souls to give a real character like some crazy shit that leads to them still? No. Okay. No.
If
Yeah,
you
no
level
matter
them
what
up, their level
happens,
goes up.
no matter what happens, they end up being in the impossible tier. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, because the PvP formula is literally your soul level plus or minus 10 and 5% of your total level. So if you're level 8,000, there's no goddamn way in hell you're going to be able to match with anybody less than 7190.
Okay. Well, shit. It'd probably be fun to make a little like busted tourism character just to run around and
Oh yeah.
you know, fucking see the world in basically debug mode.
Also, if you're worried about new characters being fucky, there's nothing to stop, say, I don't know, me getting a completely maxed out meat cleaver +5 and just giving it to your brand new level 1 character.
That's true too. Wow. Okay. So yeah, no matter what.
This whole conversation leads eventually to the question that starts at the beginning of almost every Souls game, which is, what is the level people have decided is the PvP level? Right? So, for Demon Souls, it's 120. Do you want a PvP? You have to be within the 120 range.
Okay.
Because that's where everyone's going to live.
Oh, apparently you can set passwords that ignore soul level. Well, yeah, but you still have to set a password.
Well, yeah, but you're choosing to.
You're choosing that
per.
Yeah, exactly. That's voluntary. That's not the same as invaders coming in at any soul level. And yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, that's a fun little tidbit. I'm going to keep note of that. The other thing, lastly, I did was I went back to and decided to take everyone along with me on a journey where I told everyone that we were going to be playing KOF Maximum Impact 2 and KOF Maximum Impact Regulation A. And I lied, because the truth is I brought everybody in and I locked the door behind them and I said, welcome to SNK 202. We are going to be reviewing SNK class history. Hope you brought your textbooks, because when you look at the full unlocks of Maximum Impact 2, which you might recall because I think you sat in on at least
they're extensive.
One of these before. I went down the list and I showed everybody all the references of all the costumes and the history with Falcon and all that fun stuff. So if you want to check out a really good time, I think Solidus has got it down to about 2 hours and a little bit. It is a full SNK history almost in form of the character select screen of Maximum Impact. And then we jumped over to Regulation A.
That sounds like an absolutely excellent feature to do now that we're never going to play SNK games ever again.
So look forward to that happening. And and then of course you get your for everyone who is missing, who missed out on the Falcon era of things, there's an artist who came in, took over the franchise for a little bit, and it was a time. It was a good and bad time to be a fan of that shit, because all of the habits, good and bad, came along with them. So yes, on the one hand you get your new heroes, your Ash Crimson, your Shenwu, your Dualon, and those fun guys. But then you also get your self-insert Falcon as a descendant of Hattori Hanzo from Samurai Showdown guest character Nanase with the same hair and glasses and colors.
I really don't care for Falcon's art.
I like Falcon's art. I got used to it, especially over the years. I followed it as a fan when he was not working on anything officially. I thought it was really cool to see. Like, it was one of those really good artist accounts where you're like, yeah, this guy does a lot of fighting game fan art. It's a fun account to follow. So when he started getting official recognition, I was like, oh shit, that's super cool. Good job. It's almost exactly like Stanley Lau, Art Germ, who did the best Capcom fan art ever, period, on his DeviantArt for years, and then eventually Third Strike Online was like, oh yeah, no, get in here, do the official art. And if you go back to Third Strike Online's official art, you look at it and go, oh, that shit? Yeah, I remember that amazing art that never really came back anywhere else. It's because Art Germ did it, and Art Germ's got like the best Sakura render you've ever seen, the best Chun-Li, like the best everything. I root for the fan art artist that gets in there officially. I think that's great. So yeah, I'm down with Falcon, but appreciating Falcon is kind of like appreciating Kojima. You gotta know what's going on.
Shut up! That's fucking terrible.
That's
awful.
Falcon has his strong points and his weak points. Kojima has his strong points and his weak points, and in both cases, there's something there.
Yeah, they both breathe air. That's terrible. Fuck you.
There are moments of like, fuck yeah, nailed it. That was awesome. And there are moments of, God fucking damn it, Hideo. Why do I know your style so well? It reminds me of that, because that's the exact feeling you get when you're going through a game that he has full control over. It reminds me of when you're going through Death Stranding and you're seeing the little Kojima-isms and going, oh my god, yes, of course Kojima did that with Heartman. When you see the alt costume that has the same little ombre hair things and the little design choices, or when you see Terry Bogard get an alternate costume that is exactly like what he used to put on his blog when you're looking at Falcon's art blog. It's a direct analogy.
Oh, you mean like when I'm doing that thing that I literally never did in my entire life once?
What do you mean?
When I'm looking at Falcon's art blog?
Oh yeah, sure, exactly. Yeah, I know, but that's why I'm saying your statement of like, what the fuck are you talking about? What comparison is that? I'm explaining why the comparison makes sense.
Oh no, I get it. I resent the comparison.
That's fine.
I don't care for Falcon's art.
That's fine. That's fine.
Think it's very good.
But it's a similar thing of like when you've stared at some of this shit long enough and you see the little isms, you're like, oh yeah, that's a trademark right there. He always goes for that, you know?
Oh, here's the best trademark. Badness. That's how I could tell.
All right, well, you know, I dig it. It's kind of...
Well, let's be clear, a billion times better artist than I am. But like, no thanks.
He's done some hot shit, and he's done some really good JoJo renders as well of some characters back in the day. I remember. Yeah, I was a huge fan of like his daily, like fighting game and JoJo character designs, and then he would also do a lot of alternate costumes and casual versions of characters. That was really fun. Like he'd basically take the KOF-izing of characters where you'd see them like change their clothes and look real, like we like with Iori and Terry and Iori and Terry and Kyo and shit like that. He would do that with like tons of characters. He'd take them and, you know, just do some casual clothing versions of them and shit like that. That was pretty fun back in the day, you know? So, oh yeah, Shinkiro's better, of course. I'm not even bringing Shinkiro into the equation here. I mean, Shinkiro is employed as an official artist for a fucking reason. No one's making that comparison. I'm just saying that if you're looking at this dude's style and you're seeing the little habits and funisms, you can see the telltale marks and be like, I've seen that shit before. I know you're going for the checkerboard look. You've done the checkerboard race car look before. Or, oh, look, it's another alternate costume that involves a Native American headdress on a character that is not even remotely Native American. I don't know why, but he digs it. He's into it for some weird reason. He just loves that aesthetic, you know? Is what it is. Yeah, some artists love the Hugo Boss Nazi uniforms. Some people like drawing Native American headdresses. It is what it is. Anyway, all of that and more enjoying time on the Woolly Versus channel on Twitch and on YouTube coming up.
Hey,
13
Wooly,
Sentinels.
I have a piece of
Mm-hmm.
I have a piece of news that I forgot to tell you last week.
Sure.
It came in as a sub message from a gentleman or gentle lady, possibly, named All Salt on a stream that I did last week or 2 weeks ago now. They work in retail, and they wanted to give us an update on the situation with the Xbox Series X name.
Oh, okay.
So I will we're doing emails early, I guess. Hi, Pat. Still in retail and have some info that you may already know. Joke's on them. I didn't know this before I read it. While the Xbone's name is confusing already, its full list name in product inventory is not just the Xbox Series X. The full name is, open quote, Xbox One, Xbox Series X, and Xbox One, Xbox Series S, end quote.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
So remember when people were getting sent the wrong Xboxes?
Yep.
No shit. On some people's fucking screens, I bet it literally doesn't even show far enough.
I wish there was some way.
Distinction.
I really wish there was some way for them to get anti-dollars when one of these stupid fuck-ups goes down. Just to like...
Oh, well, I mean, there is. If you buy an Xbox and have to return it to the retailer...
I suppose so,
because it's the wrong one, that becomes like a used or refurbished copy that they probably have to deal with the retailer.
Hopefully the person who made the mistake in that instance doesn't get fucked over by the place they bought it, where, you know...
they go too bad.
Yeah, some places are like all sales final, some places are like, I don't know, looks like it's not, you know, or it's in a condition that we can't use, or whatever the fucking case. There's a million shitty reasons why someone would not take a refund in that circumstance, so...
Looks like you peed on it. Not allowed.
Yeah.
But yeah, even more absurd than we anticipated.
Yes. If you are someone who's out there and you are you want to hear about Attack on Titan, no, because there's nothing to talk about.
This is not the place.
Fuck off.
We're not going to talk about it.
It's back. It's good. It's done. There's nothing to get into here.
I'm not going to talk about Attack on Titan, in which a situation is occurring where people can type things within my field of view.
Exactly. So this will be said once, as the season just started. We're not going to be talking about any Attack on Titan in future episodes, perhaps until it is done. Then there will be a discussion, but otherwise, fuck off. You're not going to hear it here. All right, good. You should know better than that. Come on. You should know. You know already. You know. So let's take a word from our sponsors.
I'll take this time to run away and empty my bladder, if you'll all excuse me.
Okay, well, if you do that,
I'll come back for the ad read. I'm just saying this is a break point where I can pee.
Okay, well then, yeah.
Unless you want me to pee here, I can.
It's your couch. Do what you want.
All right, here we go. I'm not going to do that. All right, I'll be back in just a moment.
Okay, so this week the podcast is sponsored by Away.
Hey, Away, what's up?
So
I could use a luggage.
yes, Away suitcases are goddamn fantastic. It's the best suitcase I've had the pleasure of using. Obviously, it has been a while since I've had to use it to travel. However, knowing that they are sturdy and good for a lifetime use is fine by me, because when that time comes around again, I will have a cool little suitcase that fits in wherever I need it to. It's got the battery charger, it's got the good wheels, it's got the good zip, got the clothing compressor in it. It's amazing. Good ass suitcase. What can I say? It does its job. I've had to replace bad suitcases more every couple of years, really, back in the day.
I once had the handle on a suitcase come completely off when I was in the airport, and I was like, I can't believe you. I can't believe you would do this to me.
Yep, for me it was the wheel. The wheel started facing backwards, and it never fucking turned anymore. And once the wheel stops turning, then what are you gonna? Then now it's a handbag, a really heavy handbag. So that sucks. That has not happened with anything from Away, and so far it's been incredible. And not only that, but you get to try it out with a 100-day trial, in case you want to find out.
100-day trial.
Indeed. So you get your Away suitcase, you get a 100-day trial, take it on the road. Well, maybe not, not now, but take it around your apartment and take it for a spin, see how it feels, and when the time is right, when everything's good, then you can see how good your Away suitcase can be. Free shipping and returns in the contiguous US, Europe, Canada, and Australia. So, good ass suitcases. Nothing more to say. Start your 100-day trial and shop the entire Away lineup of travel essentials, including their best-selling suitcases, at awaytravel.com/beast. That's awaytravel.com/beast. Thanks, Away.
Thank you, Away.
This week, we're also sponsored by Honey. So check it out. Holidays are coming. Shopping for Christmas gifts to send to people that you care about is also around the corner. And
what better gift than giving someone a large jug of honey they can eat like an animal with a spoon?
No, not that. Oh, Pooh Bear. No, not the real honey. Honey as in money. When you think honey, you can think of money, because that's what you're saving. So basically, when you go shop online and you buy your gifts, Honey is going to show up and save you cash on whatever you're buying in tons of carts. So basically, that little box at the end of a checkout online, that's a promo code area. That's the area where you put in the secret password and you get the free money. And Honey is basically going to search the internet for whatever can get you the best deal and fill that box out and save you some cash.
There's a lot of codes out there.
There are. And if you're buying or nice and early for everybody, because it's December, you want to get in there with the shipping time. You got to account for all the holiday chaos of shipping. You want to start getting in there nice and early, and Honey's there to save you some cash when you do that. So
Honey uses only the smartest bees to find you your coupons.
It's kind of amazing how they've found a way to repurpose out of work bees currently not making honey to code. The bees have learned to code. And
it's very difficult to teach bees to do this.
And they learn how to seek out promo codes, and then they send them to you. It's kind of amazing. It's a little bit like Shigechi's Harvest, you know? So, there you go. So yeah, all you got to do is you download Honey, you make an account, and then you throw some holiday gifts on your drop list. And there is a promotion going on where they're helping to pay for $1 million worth of gifts. So
that's a lot of gifts.
Yeah. You can make a list of all the holiday gifts you want to get from certain stores, and they will email you with a price drop when the price drops for anything on your list. And when you throw some holiday gifts on your drop list, you get a chance to win. So Honey will randomly select winners and give them money to help them buy something on the list. So it's just that simple. No purchase necessary. You need a PayPal account to redeem the prize. Only valid in the US, and the giveaway ends on December 21st, 2020. So keep that in mind. You can get Honey for free at joinhoney.com/superbeast. That's joinhoney.com/superbeast. Thanks, Honey.
Thank you, Honey.
And, of course, Christmas is coming.
It's true.
Are your balls clean? Nothing
I'll
says...
admit, you actually swerved me on that. Like, you got me. You got me.
Nothing says Christmas morning like some clean balls.
I don't agree with that statement even a little.
Hey. People are already in agreement that a fresh pair of underwear on New Year's Day feels extremely fresh. This is fact. We've already been over this. It's established. Right? If Josuke said it,
sure.
How can it be a lie?
Yeah, okay. If Josuke said... Wait, he's an idiot.
So, adjacent to that is a clean pair of balls on Christmas morning. It's just that simple. Airtight logic.
You know, you're so obsessed with shaving your balls, but I don't think you have mentioned one time about shaving your penis.
Well...
I don't think you have mentioned that even a one time.
That's because you have not yet beheld the power of clean balls and extremely hairy shaft. That's a powerful combination. It's kind of like a bat.
It's like an upside down coconut tree.
Well, I was gonna say an upside down bat with chain around it, you know?
What?
You know when you take
wings?
No, you know when you take like a baseball bat and then
a baseball bat. I thought you meant like a bat, like a
No, it's when you put barbed wire around a baseball bat.
All right.
So it's like that, but it's like upside down. With a pair of testicles.
Why does the hair curl around the penis? Wouldn't it stick straight out?
Well, it approximates the hair growing off of the shaft. You see.
Just, your body's disgusting. Get rid of the hair part. That's one of the worst parts.
Some people have hair that grows off the balls and up into the areas that you wouldn't want it to be. Some people have it growing up the shaft. It's true. You want it growing up your body, not growing down the shaft, you know? But this happens. And
well, you don't want it growing up your body either.
Well, no, but it's normal for your pubis to be haired. It's normal. It's a regular thing. It happens.
Yeah, I know, but the way you described it, it's like it's crawling up towards your like nipples or whatever. That's gotta go.
Well, that's exactly what I'm describing. I'm saying the ball is the origin point, and then the hair grows from the balls all the way up, and then it hits the pubis area, but then it also might grow down the shaft. You know, and if it starts working up to the belly button, then you got trouble, because that treasure trail ain't great.
I'm sorry. Can I rewind? Did you just say that the balls are the origin point of all body hair?
The epicenter.
So how does it get to your armpits?
It jumps.
It's oh, it's not internal? It's not hiding under the skin.
It jumps when it needs to. It makes a couple of leaps. There's some safe spots.
Oh my god.
When you're not paying attention, it'll move up the body slowly, you know. So what you got to do is you got to keep that hair in line with, you know, the Lawnmower 3.0. This is what you want. You want the weed whacker. You want the nose, ear, and hair trimmer. You want the skin safe technology so that you don't nick yourself. You don't want to get hurt in preparation for a clean ball Christmas morning. Clean ball Christmas is the goal here, everybody. This is what we're working towards. And if you're not planning how your balls are going to be clean on Christmas morning, then I don't know what the fuck other priorities you got going on in your life right now. But you need to wake up.
Yeah.
You need to wake up. What you do is you get Manscaped involved, all right? They're going to hook you up. Manscaped gets you that crop preserver. So you got the ball deodorant, the crop reviver, the ball toner. It's good. They got the crop cleansing body wash. They got the ball wipes, the crop mop. All your options. You got, and you know what? Don't just keep it to yourself. These are stocking stuffers. Stocking stuffers. Yes. That's correct.
They sure are.
You can get everybody a stocking stuffer. Oh, boy. Folks!
That sounds fucking nefarious.
Folks!
That sounds awful.
People, support the podcast. Just buy the fucking ball shaver already. What are we doing here? Could you buy the ball shaver and support the podcast, please? It's not hard.
Listen.
You know what this is.
A significant... Many of you have hair on any part of your body below the armpits. Get this product and fix it.
Manscaped is a company that has products for removing the hair from your body. This is what you should do. And when you do so, I encourage that you go to get 20% off and free shipping at manscaped.com/superbeast. That's 20% off and free shipping when you go to manscaped.com/superbeast. Get yourself shaved balls. Christmas morning. Everybody's happy.
And then, once you've shaved off all of your body hair, you can reapply it as you would artisanally to your partner's preference.
Little known fact that
artisanally.
Little known fact that on the 24th, when Santa comes to get those cookies and milk, you should also leave out Santa a pile of pubes. Thanks, Manscaped.
Thank you, Manscaped.
So, this week in the news, we've got a couple stories.
You know, I talked about this on a recent stream about how ads literally work. And the end of that story is somebody who works for Manscaped must listen to that.
Yes.
They are required to listen to the whole thing.
Correct.
And I can only imagine other people's ads are like 45 seconds long. And they're like, boop, 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 right? And they go through them, and they're like, done, check mark, check mark, check mark.
You'd be surprised.
And then they and they get to ours, and it's like 400 megabytes.
You'd be surprised. There's
yeah.
There's some wild ones out there, but it's real simple. We try to keep it direct and straight to the folks. Anyway, so in the news,
That's not Nintendo.
So just delete the first half of the fucking docket, because items 1A and 1B through 2A and 2B are all fucking just that stupid horse shit. So fuck off, Stegosaurus. Back. Let go of my leg. But you think if you bop a Stegosaurus on the nose, it'll like, if you boop it on the snoot, it'll stop?
No, I think it'll fucking kill you.
Yeah, probably. Real slow like though. I don't think it's in a hurry.
Nah.
Well, anyway.
All right.
Scott Pilgrim vs. the World is actually getting re-released on January 14th, and it's going to be on all the last gen stuff.
None of the new stuff?
None of the new stuff. It's all last gen.
What? Oh, all right.
But
That's weird.
It'll work on the next gen, so whatever. But yeah.
Oh, it will. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Wait. You say last, you mean... What do you mean?
Not the gen it was released on.
Okay. See, that's the confusion. That's the confusion that I was going through.
No, it's coming out for Xbone, PS4, and Switch. So...
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That game's all right. That game's soundtrack is better than that game.
The sum of its parts is inferior to the parts.
Yeah, it's less than the sum of its parts.
Paul Robertson and fucking Anna Managuchi and Scott Pilgrim.
I need to borrow your brain for 3-4 minutes, Wolves.
Damn, hold on. Fuck.
Sorry,
is it Paul Robertson or
What?
Robert Paulson? Oh, shit.
Paul Robertson. Paul Robertson's Baby Cabana Street Fight.
Yes, okay.
Robert Paulson is the guy from
Fight Club. Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Easy fuck up.
I need to borrow your head because I'm a little sleepy, so I'm having trouble focusing. So I forgot to actually talk about the game that I beat this morning.
Oh shit!
I beat LDK with Virgil this morning.
Oh cool! You got to fly on your
and-
controller. I can't stop staring at it. It's right there.
Get out of here, fly. That one fly has been bothering me all week. I feel like a Breaking Bad episode. But I beat that, and I now more accurately understand what you were talking about when you were talking about beating it.
Okay.
I will reiterate again. Oh man, that console cannot handle what that mode wants you to do. Like, I was able to get that game to crash.
Huh.
by getting the frame rate low enough.
I'm playing it on XX, so it's different.
Okay.
I haven't. Yeah.
Maybe it's
I haven't tested it, but I
better
remember you were
equipped
bringing it up. Mm-hmm.
But more than anything, man, Virgil is like overpowered compared to the rest of the cast.
So I'm gonna go ahead and guess that you did not play him since 3SE.
I have not played him since 3SE.
Yeah. Okay.
You are correct. Actually, no, I played him for about 25 minutes on one stream in 4SE like 2 years ago.
Because he's been this way for a minute now. He's been, self-contained, fucking ridiculous for all situations. Because he plays he plays every stage by himself. He does every,
and he can do multiple nukes in a row, and it's really weird.
As long as you don't fuck up.
But I will say that transplanting him into the existing stages reveals just how much some bosses were built for the characters they were built for.
Mm-hmm.
Because some, and I would say, in fact, many bosses can't deal with what you have for them. They just have nothing that can deal with you because they were built with like Nero's movement, or V's movement.
Melting Burial inside of the church is a very feasible thing to do.
Yeah. I would say like the part where you have to fight the 3 V bosses in a row. Like, I forget the name of the flying one, but I got it down in like under
Goliath,
10
not
seconds.
Burial, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, like just like I never hit the floor and I just killed it and it was dead. And Dante is way easier to beat than Virgil is. Like, I literally beat him on my first try. Like, he is not it's kind of funny, honestly.
I did not beat him on my
Meanwhile-
first try, so kudos.
Yeah.
However, yeah, no, the challenge is quite different. It's not the same.
It's not the...
That's the thing about Virgil, is that he's the character with less tools but better tools, you know?
They're better. They are better tools.
He's limited by comparison to the you know, like the others in just the volume, but the tools themselves are fucking strong, you know. And that's
and the thing that
that's how it was.
Me about Royal Guard.
What? Yeah, Royal Guard.
Remember you mentioned Royal Guard when you're fighting Dante?
Yeah.
Dante can't Royal Guard out of his own moves. So like I would literally just back up until he did a stinger.
Oh, and counter hit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Fair enough.
But yeah, like Virgil's moves are better moves. Like his stinger is a better stinger.
Yes, this is 4SE gives you all of this. Like it's been the thing. It's like you're able to and 3 it's just the direct comparison with Dante. But in 4SE you're comparing to fucking Dante, Nero, Lady, and Trish. And you get to fully see, like, yeah, he's got he's got the good shit. And he's got the best, well, it's not, he's got like the best in terms of practical application of his gun. He's got the best gun.
Yeah.
Because summon swords,
yeah, which is, it's a character with no gun. He's got the best gun.
Yeah, he's got the best gun because summon swords don't care what you're doing. They don't care if you're taunting or attacking or setting anything up. They're independent entirely of him. So you can keep firing as you wish.
I was in this situation like, man, I kept getting that kata taunt where it lasts like 10 minutes, where he's doing this really slow. I'm like, how are you supposed to do this? And then I realized that you can kill enemies with summon sword while you're doing it. So you just shoot the last enemy, and then Virgil just keep doing the whole little dance that he wants to do.
Yeah. You're not getting anywhere near the raw damage of like any of the really powerful guns, obviously, but that's not the point. The point is the function to keep shooting during anything he does.
Well, you know? That and the fact that you can choose to put a million damage into the rapid fire, or force a knockdown on anything, or slow time on an area of enemies with like a 2-second press.
Yeah, no, summon swords, blistering swords, raining, you know, every formation has a functional difference that is very useful. That, you know, when you're fighting him, that's not as big of a deal because they all just hurt you. But now that you're using it on enemies, they all need to do something functionally different, and they absolutely do, you know. It's a very worthy use of one stock of DT to throw them out there and get whatever you need done.
His DT is better. Like, his Sin Devil trigger is stronger than Dante's, and you don't need to be S to turn it on and off.
Have you... well, you don't need to be S to turn on Dante's either, but it's to preserve it.
No, but to turn it off without losing any meter, you
yes, to preserve it, you do quadruple S, yes. But you can just spend it and burn it. If you have you fucked with the doppelganger settings?
No, I did at the beginning, and then I'm like, this is a little goofy. This is a little much for me.
You can turn Genajin into Seienbu.
Yeah.
So you can make the after image attack super tight simultaneous, slightly loose, or big lag. And big lag is for big brain combos.
Yeah, it sure is. I focused more on fucking around with Doppelganger, because Doppelganger always uses Yamato, but you don't have to. And like, if you do a stinger, he'll do I forget the name of it, but the EI slash, and you'll stinger your guy into the Doppelganger's slash.
Furthermore, while you're doing when you have other weapons out, you can continuously judgment cut with the Doppelganger.
Oh, I did not know that. That's weird.
Yes.
And also the new input on like down trick is great. Like
It's
you can
not
get
new.
away from all sorts of shit with that.
It's
Oh,
not
that's
new.
not new?
No.
That's from 4?
Yes, but it is.
Okay.
It is really handy.
Because I'm thinking of 3SE.
Yeah, exactly.
The one part of that campaign as Virgil that really felt bad, like terrible, in terms of like, man, this was not built for Virgil. Actually, 2 parts. One is getting that fucking blue orb. That
Hold on a
Nero's
second. I
supposed
think
to
I'm
get.
wrong. Hitchhiker says it's definitely new. I thought there was an input for a back down trick, for a back trick in 4SE, but maybe I'm misremembering the input. But there was a different. Anyway.
You remember that blue orb you have to get with punchline surfing as Nero?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, that sucks as Virgil. That is absolutely terrible. Because they added Grim Grip points, and you're constantly like falling, and your models like fall jumping constantly going. It sucks. And Nidhogg
A plus
Parasite.
back BT only. That's true. Yeah, true. Back trick was in 4SC was a DT only, A and back. Yeah, you're right. I completely forgot.
The Nidhogg
he nullifies
boss fight is like the hardest fight in Virgil's campaign.
Because he's not fucking calling in Phantom to just do the thing, you know, and you're not getting to fork it. Yeah, you gotta, but it's still very doable. You just have to like make sure when you're committing to anything really big that nothing's coming at you.
Oh, it is doable, but I literally died more times on that boss fight compared to all the other boss fights combined.
How's your
like every other boss fight I instantly melted, including Dante, both forms, and Nidhogg took me like 25 attempts.
How's your Just Frame Judgment cuts?
Terrible. Why would it be better than last week?
Because those will fucking do damage to whatever you're fighting, including the Nidhogg. Like, you know, when need be. It's a very reliable solution.
Bad. I'm bad at it. Don't even talk to me about it. I'm very not skilled.
Not Nidhogg, but not Dreadnought. Dreadnought is the God, what is the fucking name?
You're thinking of Gilgamesh.
Gilgamesh, thank you. Cuz you know why. Yes, thank you for connecting the dots backwards there. Gilgamesh.
You're not saying anything, so I really have no idea what you're saying, Wooly.
But I put my hands crossed like this, and I said Dreadnought, and you knew exactly what I was talking about. So that's correct. Okay. Gilgamesh fight. Gilgamesh fight with Virgil is really fun as well, because just like you're snatching the knees and body to fly up to the top, in this case you're just tricking. And that sense of momentum is still incredibly fun. Getting really high up and doing a starfall onto the weak point is really fun, and dig that shit. So yeah, he's a lot of fun. See all those new taunts?
There's a lot.
Shall I entrust it to him? I know what must be done. Yeah. And I like how you can fuck up and then do the taunt where he grabs his head and then almost like call himself out in some cases. It's fun.
How droll.
He'll just be like, ugh. Yeah.
I'm a dweeb.
Cool.
Yeah, LDK is a weird difficulty because it actually got way easier the farther I went into the game.
Well, I mean, like the first problem is the fact that you don't have your full move list.
Yeah, I had my full move list by like mission 3. And I think the thing is aside from a couple spikes, like the second mission is like the hardest mission in the whole game in terms of enemy layout. Like, once you get that room that has 8 Furies in it,
Yeah.
there's nothing that's going to be
The
harder
Fury
than that.
Room is the Fury Room. I told you about the Fury Room, bro. Warned you about the fucking stairs. The Fury Room is absolutely the hardest thing Virgil has to do. There's nothing else on that level. As you would imagine, right? It's kind of like the double blitz. It's like, oh yeah, no, you're going to have a fucking hard time. You're going to have a bad time with a double blitz. It is what it is, you know? So that tradition of sorts continues. What I do need to do is find a better strategy against them, which I have been given a heads up, so I need to go practice. Basically, using I forgot the name of the attack, but when you switch over to gauntlets and you jump, using that to clash with them on their swings, instead of trying to catch them on the recoil or catch them charging up a teleport, is the best way to like stagger them up. And what I liked doing and what I prepped for with Nero had a way out, because if you
just DT and then just grab them and you're done.
Oh well, I wouldn't even go. I would ragtime, while they're staggered off the ragtime, then grab them and do the full animation with the dodge, swing, pull, like uppercut, and like that fucking melts them nice if you catch that. Twice or so.
The
ragtime fucks them up.
I picked it up from Hitch. He did recommend it, but I picked it up from somewhere else. Is that when they dash in on you as Nero and you hit DT, you're invincible and it knocks them straight up, and you can grab them and then you can throw them. So it's free.
Yeah. Get your Buster in on them when they're staggered, and like Nero eliminates them entirely. But he's the only one that gets that, obviously. So
yeah, Virgil. What I was doing is I was switching to fucking Beowulf, and I was just jumping straight up over and over,
flush
until I flashed them, and then I would stinger them, and then if I knocked them down, I would do like the dragon punch and hope they died.
Yeah. I don't imagine you could. Yeah, you clearly, based on the way things work in this, you can't really DRI the same way. But you can definitely get that fat damage increase for just doing it, for just DTing and then charging it and then getting the fucking repa anyway. But you can't do the same on-off damage I imagine you could previously. So
I loaded up Bloody Palace for a bit, and I don't know. I didn't get that far. I got like hours or whatever just before I stopped. But I had this feeling of like, oh, I bet I can beat Bloody Palace with this fucker. Because it was because I had spent an entire playthrough going through the LDK version of the enemy like combinations, and now giving me like regular enemy layouts had me laughing. Like, it is a joke compared to when you're fighting 70 enemies at once.
And if you're having a hard time, I don't know if your concentration is staying high.
I'm having both easy time and a hard time.
Okay.
When it's going well, it's going great. When it's going not as well, it sure isn't.
They gave him a free concentration solution in the form of DT and just fucking rapid slash continuously. Continuous rapid slash will just build your concentration free. And then at the end of it, you pop out of it wherever you want to. Just hit level 2, basically, and then you're good to go, So, he's your best shot.
I found out at the end of this morning that if you have absolutely no regular DT, but you have a Sin DT gauge, and you do one of his nukes, it gives you a full DT gauge.
If you have no DT regular,
you have no DT regular DT, but you have a full Sin DT bar, and you blow it on like a Judgment Cut.
One of the 3, yeah.
Yeah, it fills your regular DT bar.
Okay. I'm trying to
which you can
remember.
then dump into Sin DT.
Because I remember the pattern of it was, yeah, I don't think so, because you empty yourself out, you end up keeping your concentration. Concentration stays high after you're finished doing one of the nukes, but I don't think you keep your DT. I believe you dump out of the only you dump out of
because I hit so many enemies in LDK.
So what's happening is, no, it costs DT bar to do those nukes, and you keep your concentration, and World of V costs only concentration. So
right.
That's the back and forth exchange, but it's not going to throw you up regular DT.
Yeah, I think people in the chat are surmising that the reason why I got a full bar is because I instantly killed like 40 enemies while doing that, and that damage number kicked up your DT.
Yeah, I meant SDT bar, right? That's what I meant. Yeah. And like, if you want to, go into multiple sequences of them, then yeah, you want to make sure you have enough DT to do one, and then come out of it, and Jesus. You want to do one, come out of it, and then you can if you want to clean up, you can go right into World of V afterwards, at the cost of both bars, essentially.
Yeah, that's how I beat the Fury section, by the way. I literally did Judgment Cut End, and then jumped straight up in the air, and then tricked up, and then did World of V, and it killed 5 of them.
Yeah.
And then I got to do the rest of the fight.
Nullifying those fights is still, I think, the optimal way to deal with them. Yeah. I was able to I did Judgment Cut, and then I did Psycho Crusher in one of the stages in the recent practice I was doing, where you can so no, there's delete this stage, spend the meter, delete this nephew moves that you can pull off.
You know what's really fun is that LDK mode is like free S ranks.
Pretty much. I mean, you're hitting enough things that it's pretty consistently high.
I beat like every stage. By the time I actually beat it, it was always S.
Yeah,
because
I think
you're hitting so many people, and style is so easy to maintain.
Yeah, I'm thinking, like, I got A on, like, there must have been like one or two where I died. There's literally somewhere you continue from checkpoint, and there's one where I died and continued from checkpoint and still got an S. But
oh, there's a couple that I continued from checkpoint like 6 times and I still got an S.
So what I was gonna say is, if you another fight that's notable in LDK mode that I would say is, like, okay, you've got the Fury Room, but the fucking sliding house with the Angelos, the House of Angelos.
Oh, that's really hard.
That fight is fucking real. That fight was super legit.
Everything blocks you.
That's a motherfucker of a room that you have to stop and, like, go, okay, hold on, how do I approach this? In the end,
I just kept swinging.
In the end, for me, it was all about drive. Like, drive blows motherfuckers away. But the ridiculous amount of Angelos they throw at you is stupid. It's absolutely stupid. You get constantly
the way
mobbed.
that I handled it was that I used Yamato and Beowulf and Force Edge in a way that I would knock them up with Yamato and then do like 2 full rounds of combo, and then they would get a Killer Bee or a Stinger, possibly jump canceled into another Killer Bee and a Stinger. And say anytime anyone went up, they were not going to come down. They were going to die.
Well, and you want to be in the air where they're not getting at you anyway. Like, you want to launch and stay up and safely do damage when they're not going to run up and armor swing on you. The fucking Protos, or even the Protos and Scudos, are just, doing their thing. So yeah, that is I'd say probably the second noteworthy, like, fuck room in LDK mode.
Now that I've played LDK, I'm very excited when Virgil comes out on the PC to cheat engine like 1 billion points for him, and then beat DMD with him, because that seems like it'll be very interesting.
Should be fun. In fact, I think every mode with Virgil becomes very fun and very different.
I think Son of Sparta is probably way too easy.
Take a crack at the Bloody Palace and see what happens, because that was the thing with 4SE, like wasn't able to eke out Dante, but was able to get there and was able to get close. So I'm like, the path is in sight. In this case, I was able to make it to floor 82 with Nero. So I'm pretty sure with just a little bit of practice, Virgil will be more than ready for that. Yeah.
And you're right, by the way. I do like the black costume, but the blue coat looks much better.
You're going to go back to it. It's just it feels right. It feels right,
All right, sorry, back to news. I'm sorry I fucked up.
Not at all. Not at all. That's a fun detour, and the black, it thematically matches. It matches V. It creates a distinction from Nero. They have every reason in the world to have him wear that black jacket, but I don't care. He's supposed to wear the opposite color of Dante. Yeah.
Also, man, doing the post credits battle with Dante sucks when you can't see how much meter you have.
Oh yeah, you can feel your concentration. Actually, there's a visual cue you can look for when it
he glows a little bit.
When it hits level 2, there's a nice little feedback you get. It vibrates and it gives you a whole like pop.
Well, I have a stupid question for you. So the PS5 has the fast load times, right? So one of the loading screen tips is, hey man, when you get extra concentration, Yamato gets increased range. Beowulf gets a 3rd level charge. And Force Edge gets the level is loaded, and I couldn't read it fast enough.
Well, wait for one where
I literally don't know what it gives you.
Wait for one where it tells you to press A to continue, and then don't press A.
Yeah, I disabled that feature, so I actually don't. Just tell me what it is.
Okay, because some loading screens require a prompt, and you can just read them there. So, you also want to read the Dante has his own screen as well, where it's like, hey, don't just go willy-nilly. Take Dante seriously. But it's like, yeah, loading screen tips are gone.
But I'm asking you, what does 3rd level concentration get you with Force Edge?
Isn't it multiple hits?
Is it more hits?
It's more hits. If I remember correctly, it's more hits with Force Edge. Yeah.
Yeah, I finished that whole thing, and it's like I spent maybe 80% using Yamato. Like I much prefer that weapon to the other two.
I switch. You always want to be on it, but I rotate through while the combos are going. Yeah. But yeah, it's definitely the handiest in terms of just like rapid slash into launcher from a distance. It's your go-to for for getting that good floaty launcher and into the aerial rave with the extender. And then now that he's got now that Yamato has its own helm splitter, you really can just sit on it for a lot longer than usual. Because in a lot of cases, you'd switch over to Force Edge and helm split to drop down and finish something off. But now you don't really have to. Yeah, you've got your own here. So
it also makes sense that Yamato has that huge wide sweep, which explains that in LDK mode, I would be using it more often because it just hits so many more enemies.
It does. It absolutely does. But it's for the crowd control situation, absolutely. But like I said, though, drive, overdrive, you want to fuck crowds up with that. You want to use back forward Yamato slash as well, the time stopping one. Forget the name of it, but
that thing has really weird, inconsistent rules.
There's a range to it.
If I switch to a different weapon, the time stop goes away.
Does it? I'm trying to think. I know when you do it with the doppelganger, it's fine. When you switch to a different weapon, I'd have to test it. Either way, though, just do.
Like I kept wanting to do a thing where I did the time stop / into like the revolving lunar phase, and like the instant I switched over, the enemy would start moving at regular speed again.
Well, if that time stop is not doing it for you, then just do the Reign of Summon Swords.
Yeah, that's what I ended up starting to do.
It's fucking full ass, wherever the enemy is, it's full screen slowdown, so you're good.
Eager to play that on the PC on the 15th. Hooray!
Yeah, I love fucking talking virtual tech. It's a fun boy. He a fun boy. Okay, so back to some stuff that was announced. Scott Pilgrim is coming out January 14th. We talked about Persona 5 Strikers being confirmed for release in the West on...
Sounds like a soccer game.
February 23rd, which previously was Fighting Game February Day. But that's dropping. They're bringing back... And this is interesting, because I straight up will admit that I threw this on the short list of, like, weirdo LPs. I have my list of, like, stuff to LP that's no one's really asking for it, but it would be an interesting pick, and it would end up getting middling views, but it would be like, yeah, you got that one done, though. That's
fans, man.
That's a curiosity pick. And for me as well. El Shaddai, Ascension of the Metatron, has always been something I wanted to go take a look at with the Journey of Enoch, because it's a fucking Bible game where they wear jeans. And
the devil talks on a cell phone.
And I've never touched it. I bought it on 360, but I never actually played it back in the day. And I always was super curious to find out what the fucking deal would be. So now they've just announced that they are re-releasing it, and that's fucking perfect timing, because I was legit digging up my 360 to figure out how I would LP this with the current setup.
Thinking to yourself, man, I sure love the Bible. I sure would love to play more Bible.
I would love to play more Bible. I absolutely, it would be a really good time to play more Bible. Hey, and just because it's the elephant in the room, Jordan Welty, Indecisive Jew, has gone on to get a full-ass career in animation for reals. So that's where Wooly vs. God has gone, because he's working on real shit. That doesn't sound
indecisive at all!
No, he got a real job working in the animation industry on Netflix cartoons and cool shit. So, yeah, like, that's why, like, Wooly vs. God is pretty much a wrap, So, and on that note, I think we can say same for Quiet Viking, who has wrapped up his Castle Super Beast animated run with that finale that you must have seen by now. How fucking crazy was that? He good.
It's not what I expected. It was very fancy.
Hitchhiker, Quiet Viking, was fucking incredible on that. And so Quiet Viking is going on to focus on 3D animation as well. So that is the end of that for now. So yeah, these little
give a shout out to the new Remorai animation. That was a good one. I liked the shocking use of continuity.
I was legitimately, like, staggered by the twist. It blew, like, I was like, what? It actually got me.
Did you catch the little Easter egg at the very end?
Maybe not.
Okay, so in the original Clone from Mars episode, you had a little suitcase that's in case of better clone, right?
Okay.
And you pick it up and you leave because, the clone from Mars replaced you. There's like a 10-frame shot of what you keep behind that box. and it is a gun that says "in case of evil Pat / superior clone." And when I yell, "Wooly, you got to get out here to chase the monster," you run behind and move the box over, and that's where you get the gun.
Continuity.
It's crazy. These art people are crazy.
You'll love to see it. That's good shit. Yeah. Well, anyway, the Bible would set me up for some good times. Any Bible content is a good time. So, El Shaddai is dropping on PC. Who fucking made this? Like, yeah, Ignition is the publisher.
Oh God, that's right, Shane Bettenhausen's company.
But who the fuck made it? It's Japanese, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, looks
Shaddai.
very Japanese.
Okay, that did not bring up the video game. That did not bring up the video game even a little. It was made by Ignition Tokyo.
Sawaki Takayasu. Okay. Okay. There we go. No release date yet, but it's coming.
It was made by a company that made such classics as... they made a bunch of SNK games. A bunch of SNK ports. Like a ton. Holy shit.
But yeah, so that should be coming sometime. And as far as when I would ever take a look at this, obviously fucking close your heart to it, because we got some koozies and deaths to get through. So, you know, priorities. But yeah, that would be a fun thing. There was that. There is a pretty fun looking new beat 'em up that got announced. Brok Brok the InvestiGATOR, in which
I love those kinds of stupid names.
It's great, and again, nice animation, cool style to the art. You basically look like characters from Tailspin. The alligator,
wow. Yeah, you sure do.
The lion. There's a little like buddy that you're hanging out with. Brok the InvestiGATOR.
Oh man, somebody wants to fuck that alligator.
Yeah, they have them. The bear and the little
that's
otter
a daddy
thing.
Alligator.
These are all daddy animals. These animals are all very, very daddy. Yes, big old daddy furry style.
I'm scrolling through this. Somebody wants to fuck that police cat.
But they're definitely coming from the Tailspin style anthropomorphization.
Oh, you mean the show that everybody wanted to fuck those animals? And by everyone, I mean everyone but me. I didn't. Nope.
Well,
what is even Tail?
You had to watch Tailspin to get that sensation. You had to
thinking of it.
To fuck those animals. You had to watch, so you had to sit through the show. So
I'm thinking of a different one. Which was the one with the gadget mouse?
Oh, Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers.
I'm thinking of Gadget from Chip and Dale. I'm not thinking of Tailspin. Definitely didn't want to fuck that mouse. That's horrible.
There really is no place too big, no place too small. When you need help, just call Chip and Dale. Yeah. So that was a weird one, because Chip and Dale were originally not Rescue Rangers. They were just the two little chipmunks that would hang out in Disney things. And my mom is a huge fan of Chip and Dale. She had I think a t-shirt with them from when we went to Disney when I was a kid. And she liked them as just cute little characters. She liked Chip and Dale, and she liked Tweety Bird for some reason. And so later on, when it got adapted into a kids adventure cartoon, she was like, oh, well, I prefer when they would just be cute little chipmunks hanging out. This plane and gadget stuff is a little bit too much, but either way, I me and my brother used to watch the Rescue Rangers and that was fun. Yeah.
Dude, this just makes me miss old Looney Tunes. Is there a way I could just watch all of old Looney Tunes?
Well, yes, but you gotta pop in Lunatics and marathon it first. You gotta watch all of Lunatics. You gotta marathon Lunatics, and then you unlock the pre-order bonus that is classic Looney Tunes.
Because, like, I used to just blow, like, a whole Saturday watching fucking Sylvester chase that fucking bird. That's good shit.
So, for Canadians, there's a channel called Teletoon, and Teletoon has, like, a solid fucking 4-hour block of Looney Tunes programming, or at least they did a while ago, before the cable cutting era, and you could just turn that on if you wanted, because they had a mandate that was like, you play all cartoons, but over 50% have to be Canadian content, and anything that's really old, that's like, I think, part of the Canadian Film Board or something. There's a weird loophole where really, really old American cartoons can be considered Canadian by weird legal definition. So, like, you'd catch a bunch of old shit on there because how many fucking Canadian cartoons are there? You know?
From that era, I think it's 0.
Well, that's the thing. So you would see, I remember someone explained to me once that it was like, yeah, the Canadian mandate on this meant that you're going to see a whole lot of Angela Anaconda, Yvonne of the Yukon, and Redwall and Martin the Warrior were all Canadian as well.
Angela Anaconda ruined that kid's parents' marriage.
John Callahan's Quads. There are some weird things in there that got mixed in. I think Captain Star, perhaps, as well. And then if you get that, then you're allowed to put on Undergrads and Clone High and the shit people actually wanted to watch.
Yeah.
Sticking Around was Canadian too, but that was a YTV thing, I think. Anyway, so you would pretty much have to. They'd had a loophole so that they could get more Looney Tunes on to fill their airtime, because that was the style at the time. And then we wore an onion on our belt.
That's true.
Where was I going with this? Anyway, Tweety Bird.
I gotta hold off on a second. This is a legitimate apology. I may need to take a small break because my headphones are yelling at me that they're about to die. Oh. So I only have about 2 minutes. So I need to charge these for 5 minutes, at which point I can finish the podcast.
All right.
I'm sorry, everyone.
We'll take a break.
I've ruined Christmas.
For him to charge, and we'll be back in about 5 minutes then. BRB. Okay. So, there we are. All right. So we're just going to wrap this up. We got, talk about El Shaddai. That's going to drop. I wanted to give everybody a heads up. If you were interested in grabbing a Skullomania costume in Street Fighter V for G, that currently that's going to be available in December. And if this were not pertaining to Skullomania, I'd probably just not bring it up. But it's fucking Skullomania, so that's cool. So if you want that, go get that. Casey Hudson and Mark Darrah leave BioWare.
Good. Bye.
Have I played it? I don't think I know if I played anything that is specifically involving them.
You played Mass Effect 1, didn't you?
1, yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Casey Hudson used to be the studio head of the Mass Effect studio, and is credited by me as personally responsible for most of the ending shit show. The only thing, he retired from BioWare and then came back, and the only thing that shipped in the entire time he was back was Anthem.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yee.
So, okay. Bye.
And just because we need to expand the grand unified theory every once in a while, Kratos in Fortnite.
Oh yeah, he doing a dance.
Did they get Mr. Judge to do any voices?
I don't know.
Because I saw the trailer and there were no voices.
Probably not.
Kratos just made a big mean mug and scared them
Yeah.
away. So then I was like, okay, but if you're getting him in, unless it's Shovel Knight, he should probably
Kratos loves K-pop
have
dances.
the voice. Well,
Oh yeah, people are saying Master Chief was also there.
oh, did they? I didn't see that. I only saw a trailer for Kratos.
Hold on,
Is
let's take a
Master
look.
Chief in Fortnite too?
Master Chief in Fortnite, what to expect?
Oh boy. Okay. So truly, those are your mascots then. If in case there were any questions, that is 100% it. Kratos is Sony man, Master Chief is Xbox man, and Crash Bandicoot is nothing.
Bye, Crash.
I mean, for a while it had to be an animal, didn't it?
Yeah, it was the law.
It was the law.
Yeah,
And
it
yes,
had to be an animal.
A short,
You
fat
had-
Italian
you
plumber.
Damn it. You beat me. You beat me there.
Hey, yo, I'm a fucking animal over here, huh?
You ever see those fucking Nightmare Mario animations where he's like a fucking caterpillar and shit?
No, but I can imagine it.
Oh, they're horrible. They're just horrible. Luigi, what is this? Is this air? Ah, it burns. Put me back in. I'm not done.
So if Nintendo was like, if Nintendo was a modern game company, then their mascot would automatically have been Link.
No, it would have been Mario, man. Oh, no, wait, you can't do Mario because he's the wrong size.
No, it like matching. Thinking about Kratos and Master Chief, it would have went to Zelda instead. It would have went Zelda.
Oh,
would have
yeah.
gotten
I
top
guess,
billing
yeah.
for the serious warrior mascot classification.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Let's take some mail.
All right. Hey. Also, there was a different thing I want to say. That was a news, and it's gone. That's good.
Okay. Hey, Kirby, Little Mac, and Samus are great choices that I would love, but that's not what would happen. right? Think about how many Metroid games have come out recently. Think about how many Zelda games have come out recently. Just if you're a modern game company matching up to the stylings of Microsoft and Sony in the 6th generation and such of video games, you're talking, you're talking Zelda.
I remember what it was. The Monster Hunter movie has ruined itself. Did you hear about this?
I heard about the Chinese.
Yeah.
So they made a
really bizarre joke
in the
that
script.
makes no sense. That makes it. It is a
who's saying it to who? What is the context of it?
It is some guy on the back of a truck that goes, "Hey man, you see these knees?" And the guy goes, "Yeah, Chinese." And like literally what? I don't understand.
Is it because Paul W.S. Anderson just thought it was hilarious and couldn't stop chuckling to himself?
Know. It is very unclear.
So soldiers on the back of a truck going somewhere?
Yeah.
So what you're saying is
it's like the third line in the movie.
So then this is the 2020 version of Slack-Jawed Friends?
Maybe, I don't know. It's legitimately confusing.
Slack-Jawed Friends up in this helicopter, says Jesse the Body Ventura.
Well, China doesn't like it.
Okay.
And as a result, the movie's been banned from China.
Wow.
And every ticket that was ever sold was forcibly refunded.
Oh, how tragic.
And while the movie looked like shit worldwide, they were like, don't worry, we'll make our money back in China.
Damn.
So now it's a disaster.
The party will never reach Rathalos this way.
Oh, somebody in the chat confirms that the translation into Chinese was actually much more racist and overt.
Oh, okay, well that's an important detail. What's going on here?
Apparently it was a little song about various Asians and knees that I don't get. Like, I read what was written and I still don't understand because I feel like I completely lack the context. But
it was translated into something worse.
Apparently it's a reference to some song.
Is it a bad song? Like,
yes.
I'm missing infinite context.
It's apparently
here.
a bad racist song. I don't know.
Okay.
About sex workers? Okay, so what I'm getting here is that a really stupid in-joke about Chinese people was put into the first line of a movie explicitly marketed towards China.
Wow.
Is that what I'm getting?
You opened you opened your cinematic universe with a song with lyrics about not being dumb and going for a ride on daddy's bum. All right,
so I have a clarification from a friend of mine.
Okay.
The line references the playground chant Chinese, Japanese. This is a quote, fuckers. Chinese, Japanese, dirty knees, look at these. The rhyme has ambiguous origins, but is known as a racist schoolyard jingle towards non-Asian... sung by non-Asian children who... Oh, God, I'm not reading the rest of this. It's bad. It's not good. And they decided to put that in their movie. As the first thing.
Can we just replace the song with Eric Clapton?
Yeah. Just put Eric Clapton in the back.
Just put Layla. Just edit Layla right in there. And then you're good. Wholesome.
Send it to Wooly. He'll read it. Oh, Wooly will read anything.
Layla. Bum.
We're going to start singing Eric Clapton songs in this podcast now? Oh, God.
Hey, Layla, you got me on my knees. What kind of knees? Layla?
I'm out.
Layla? Layla, you there? No? Did you leave? Did you leave the country? Good. That's the way I like it. We want none of those over here.
This is legit baffling. Like, this is like the first dialogue scene in the film.
Again, it's extra hilarious when you consider not this the beginning of the movie, but the beginning of a cinematic universe.
Oh yeah, no.
I kind of love it. It's kind of great. It's kind of great. Good job, Paul.
And it's for the audience that the movie is like specifically being marketed towards. Like,
Man.
I saw a goddamn ad the other day somebody posted, which was like a 5-minute music video by a singer from China who was like doing the trailer, but he also had like a pop song over it. And it's like
Sure.
they were like pushing it. Oh, people are pointing out that the movie is also co-produced by other Chinese studios, which makes it even more confusing.
Amazing. Hell yeah.
Fun.
Can we
What are you
just
guys
get
doing?
Can we just get like War Bond style 50s propaganda posters to advertise the thing as while we're at it?
Are you also high on being found technically not legally liable for almost murdering that lady during that stunt?
I mean, there is that part of it.
That you feel invincible?
There
Also,
is
this is in gaming news. This leads to Monster Hunter World being review bombed because it has a movie tie-in quest right now.
Wah. Oh no! Damn. Should have put a Palico in.
I think there is a Palico in the movie.
Oh well, then good. This is fucking. It's so stupid. You know what? Okay, here's the one thing I will say. You know what I care about? I like Tony Jaa, and I heard about how he kind of like he went a little AWOL for a while, and
Did he just walk off the set of one of his own movies and disappear into the woods?
And apparently he then was in a cave going through some sort of wild religious thing for a while. He might have been in the cave with Alan Moore worshiping the snake god. I'm not too sure.
Yeah, that's possible, yeah.
But he was hanging out there for a while, and then I heard eventually that he's okay now. But and I was like, oh cool, Tony Jaa's back. And then, well, you know, yeah. But also apparently he doesn't do that many Tony Jaa things in the movie either. Like he's kind of
really?
just he doesn't. He has like they have like one little action scene where he fights Milia and then like whatever or something. I don't know. I don't really know. I don't really care to find out. That's where we're at.
You
But
know,
I
my
will
favorite
say-
part of that Monster Hunter movie trailer is, Wooly?
Starting out a cinematic universe on racism.
Yeah.
That's my favorite part.
Yeah. My favorite part of the trailer for the Monster Hunter movie is that the big action scene that they, at the end that they showcase in the trailer is Mila Jovovich fighting Rathalos with dual blades that are on fire.
Oh, okay.
The one element it's strong to.
Right. Of course.
The
Of course.
only element it's strong to.
Of course.
A weapon that would literally hurt it more if it wasn't on fire.
Exterior shot. Nighttime. Shadow Moses Island. The camera pans down to Poe. Dressed as Snake, hiding behind a box, staring at two guards. He's listening to their conversation. The first of the guards, talking to the second one, starts singing, "The house next door to me was sold to..." Snake, are you there? Come in. Is that you?
I don't know what that is. but I'm using my context clues to fill myself in.
Oh, good times. Good times. You wait long enough, you know, you might even switch it up to that, the good old, mine eye hath seen the glory of the cleansing of the zoo.
I think
Autocorrect the rest, fill the words in, have a good time.
I'm not doing this.
Right, you know.
I think that I'm excited to see Oscar Isaac play 4 different people in one movie.
Yes! That's fun. That's a good
in the Metal
time.
Gear Solid movie.
I did get a bit of like, some people were like, "Hey man, you hear about the Metal Gear? What's going on? How you with that?" And I was kind of just like, I don't know if everyone has been following this, but if you have, it's a little bit like the reboot. There's been so much nothing about the Metal Gear Solid film since I've been in high school that
I've literally been listening
care.
to this since 1999.
I don't care about any news related to the Metal Gear Solid movie.
I've been told that they're totally making it every single year, twice a year since 1999.
It is just completely irrelevant to me. So when I hear that, oh, current star from recent thing is now attached, it's like, yeah, that's the 2020 version. Let's see what happens in 2025 when whatever is hot then gets attached as well. None of this matters until it actually happens. Until footage is shown, until a trailer is shot, until something exists tangibly, it's irrelevant news. And if you're new to the game of Metal Gear Solid movie updates going nowhere, welcome aboard. Hope you enjoy your stay. Nothing's gonna happen. Yeah, I see some people are like getting excited by this. Sorry, if you haven't been around long enough to see the fucking nothing of the last 21 years, why the fuck would I care about Oscar Isaac getting attached? None of this means anything. Directors have come and go. People have come and gone. The goddamn thing's been in development hell for longer than half of my life.
That Uncharted movie, though, that's going to be great.
Boy. Oh, boy.
Watching, I don't think anything will ever beat Uncharted in that there was literally an actor born to play the main character in Nathan Fillion, and you got to watch as he just aged right out.
They waited
being able to play the character
too long. Same for Donald Glover. They just waited too long, and then they couldn't do it anymore. Yeah.
It's crazy.
And the dumbest part is, like, when the reference person is, like, actually still around, but you just didn't do it in time, you know?
We went from the era that Kurt Russell could play Snake to him being too old to play Big Boss.
I mean, I think I talked about how, like, Simon Pegg is in The Boys as the main character's dad, despite the fact that the original comic had the main character looking like Simon Pegg.
Yeah.
Deliberately, you know?
You know what my favorite one of these is? Is you ever watch interviews with Sam Jackson about Django Unchained?
Where he's talking about the fucking N-word parts?
No, he's furious that Quentin didn't make the movie earlier.
When he could have been Django.
Because he's like, well, like 20 years ago, I would have been fucking Django. But
yes,
now I gotta play this goddamn
true.
like house slave villain. He's like pissed that he has to play Steven instead of Django.
He absolutely could have. That's that. Yeah. Fortunately, Nick Fury, it doesn't really matter how old he is, so he got in there. Fucking Ultimate's Nick Fury was a million years ago, and like he could still just like, yeah, fine, you're gonna sit there with the eye patch and say the stuff. You don't gotta worry too much about the action scenes. Nick Fury's not ripping his shirt off and showing his pecs in the MCU anytime soon, so he'll be fine, you know?
You know who that reminds me of? I've gained a great new we're kind of rambling here. I've gained a great new appreciation for what's his name? Robert Pattinson.
Mm-hmm. As the Batman.
Twilight Man who has become Batman Man.
Mm-hmm.
In which they're like, dude, you need to work out more for Batman. And his response was like, no, I don't want to. And they're like, we'll fire you. And his response was, okay. Like,
I mean, listen, like when you hear these superheroes talking about like what they have to go through to get their bodies toned for movie like shooting, it sounds torturous, you know? Yeah, it sounds legitimately torturous. I remember Olivia Wilde was talking about how she's thankful that Tron Legacy never had a sequel because fuck that, to fit into the leather suit she's like, I'd have to go back to eating tofu powder as the only meal of the day. That's fucked up.
This might sound like a weird pull, but apparently the actor's commentary version of the original Twilight movie with Robert Pattinson is like a legitimately fantastic film.
Oh god.
Because it is him going, I don't remember the scene. I didn't know they were filming me. This is the part where they told me to smile, and they passively aggressively underlined every part of the book where he smiled and gave it to me.
Oh, he hates it.
And then I underlined every part in the book where he frowns and gave it back to them.
Oh, that's fucking great.
My emotion during the scene was being bored and wanting to be done with the shoot.
Wow.
Like, he fucking hates Twilight.
But he had to record the voiceover, the commentary. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
When? So, like, how much later was it recorded? Was it like immediately after?
I believe it was right after. Like, he hated it right away.
Oh, that's fucking
But they
beautiful.
offered him like infinity dollars. I think Kristen Stewart also doesn't like it.
Oh, that rules. Oh, so that's probably why they went out.
Yeah, they're like, I hate this movie. I also hate this movie that I
want to go make out for real. Yeah. Okay. Well, damn. That's great. I didn't know.
There needs to be more of that, like actors who do like a big role and then they're like, "What do you think of the movie?" Oh, it sucks.
See, but you can't though, because if you want to keep working, the best you can do is make Daenerys face, or sit around the Last Jedi chair, and just go, hey, yeah, you know. And then once you're fucking done and out, then you can just John Boyega that shit and torch it all behind you, you know? But sitting in the fucking chair when people are like, they got the movie poster right next to you and they're asking you questions about the final season or how excited you were to work on the third movie. And what are you going to fucking do? They're off camera with the gun pointed at you. You got to just... Yeah, it's part of the contract, you know?
So there's a lot of folks pointing out that like Alec Guinness, Harrison Ford, and Ian McDiarmid all very famously didn't give a shit about Star Wars.
Mm-hmm.
And with Alec Guinness makes a lot of sense. Like, that guy got knighted for acting in a million war movies, like that, and Shakespeare and all.
Harrison Ford was a fucking guy working on the set. He was not an actor. Yeah. That makes sense too. Why would he give a shit?
Supposedly, Ian McDiarmid says he hasn't seen the movie yet. Oh man.
Yeah. No, fuck it.
Oh
Absolutely.
man, fuck it.
But
Fuck
and here's your context clue is if you're ever listening to an interview where someone's doing the press junket and you know that they're dead from doing like the 13th one that day or whatever, just listen to how often they use the word excited, right?
We're very excited.
Excited is your
Extremely
key
excited.
word into absolutely nothing. It means there's nothing to say about any of this. I'm not attached to it in any way. I did not like it.
Really
I did not
excited.
enjoy it. None of it is cool, good, interesting, compelling, or worthy of your time. But you are excited to work with these other good, really talented people. That's all. If that's what the core of what they're talking about is, get big excite, you know it's absolutely nothing. It's dreck.
Maybe this is a bit of a dead horse, and we're already way off topic. But I did want to bring something up because I talked to some people about it yesterday.
All right, well, let's wrap up on this then.
So Star Wars, people are generally unhappy with the last couple movies of the Star Wars, right? People are still talking about Star Wars. People are probably always going to talk about Star Wars.
Yeah,
right?
it's huge.
People weren't that happy with the Hobbit movies, but I mean, Lord of the Rings is Lord of the Rings, right?
It's a cool universe with lots of like hooks, so it's going to be around forever.
That Lost season finale, like series finale, was like a mess, but I still see people like fondly remember Lost, right? I've talked about Battlestar. Man, I'm all over the place today. Battlestar Galactica, and that it has a terrible ending, but I still really enjoyed watching it. Right? People pretend Game of Thrones didn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
Like that, like they straight up pretend that the last like 5 or 6 years didn't exist, and that no one ever watched it.
Yep.
It's fucking crazy.
Evaporated completely. And it would be a lot easier to ignore if the fucking book was on a shelf and could be read. But because it cannot, it's very easy to pretend it doesn't exist because it fucking doesn't. And it has not existed for like over a decade now.
I legit have never seen. I can't think of anything that like people would rather pretend that it just didn't, that it wasn't real, than complain about it. Even people don't even complain anymore.
Now here's where we make the bet interesting, all right? We get some cash money out and you start talking about, will we hear news about this spin-off Targaryen show at some point in time, or will we quietly nothing?
No.
Will we go quietly into that good night?
I have one for you. I have the vilest of all predictions for you. Because I know of a series that made their show before the book was done. And it too ended in a way that many people were unhappy with. And then later, once the book was done, they went and redid the whole thing and finished it the way the books did. And that was called Full Metal Alchemist.
Yeah, Full Metal Alchemist. Yeah.
So are we going to see in 30 years
Game of Thrones Brotherhood?
No, really Game of Thrones for really this time.
We are already getting no really Lord of the Rings on HBO.
Oh, are we?
They're making a Lord of the Rings TV show for HBO as we speak. Because fantasy is hot and Lord of the Rings was a long time ago. Despite the fact that it doesn't feel like it. So they're doing that already. So yeah, fuck it. All in. As long as we end it out.
Then, do you know what we'll have? We'll have the CG technology to run all the same actors through to make them look just like they did 30 years ago. Including the dead ones. Which I assume much of that cast will have died in 30 years because many of them are old people.
I mean, they did it for Mr. Potato Head. They had to grab his lines from all the previous works, movies, and games for the last Toy Story. So
then the Iron Throne will, in the end, go
Rip Rickles
to a couple instead of a person, and it'll be Tupac and Miku.
Okay, but if it ends with a Game of Thrones, The Conqueror of Shambhala movie that goes fucking nowhere, but then actually has a short with a bunch of kids in an alternate reality watching the whole thing go down, I'm super here for it. Because I don't care what anyone says, that true, real ending to the original Full Metal Alchemist after Shambhala, I loved it. It's super down for it. Whatever. I'll take that fucking hit. Modern day, absolutely. They have there's a crazy ass fucking reality shift at the end of the original Full Metal Alchemist anime universe, where they end up in the real world, and it's weird, but I liked it. It's totally fine. See, I'm an old head at this point, so Brotherhood came and went while I was already a boomer. But when the original FMA was hot, I was on that every week getting my fan subs. I was in there. And then, of course, you finish it, and then you go, all right, let's go see what's different in the manga. Ho, ho, ho!
Oh, wow, it's way better. Wow.
Oh, wow.
It's way better right away.
Check out that Hohenheim, though. And then, yeah. And then other stuff happens. Yeah. It's fine. At least it's not the PS2 game.
I don't even know about that.
There's a PS2 game.
Is it like...
No, it's not.
Oh, man.
Put it on the shelf next to the Shampoo PS2 game and the Cowboy Bebop PS2 game.
What about the Gits PS2 game?
That one's not even that bad.
It's not that bad.
It's not that bad. The Git Sack, the fucking standalone complex PS2 game ain't even that bad by relative comparison to those other ones.
Where does Gungrave sit on that?
Gungrave is next is where Gits is. Gits, Gungrave, Gantz is pretty bad, but not god awful in the way that Full Metal, Shadow of Reminiscence, Cowboy Bebop, and I think it was like Summertime Sessions or whatever the Shampoo thing was, super terrible.
Where do we put Evangelion Sound Impact?
What is that?
It's a fucking rhythm game because it's Son Impact because Ichni-san, but it's Sound Impact.
Yeah, no.
It's a 3DS rhythm game.
No. There's an Ava N64 game. We played it.
Oh, yeah, it's the worst. It's the worst ever.
That's what for Ava, you go with the N64 game. And if you're bringing up the Ava N64 game, then you bet your ass we're going to be talking about Trigun the Planet Gunsmoke, the MMO that got announced with a trailer that never went anywhere.
Did you ever play the what's it called? SMT Imagine, which was like the Persona, the Shin Megami Tensei 2 sequel MMO.
Wow. Yeah. It came out? It's like beta?
Yeah, I played it. Yeah.
Full thing or beta?
It's terrible. I think it came out.
Damn. They even tried.
I played it in open beta, which is right before release.
That's crazy. It
fucking sucked. It was crap.
See, in my head, little young Wooly was thinking about wandering the desert between two settlements, coming across a train with brilliant dynamite's neon on it, and maybe even encountering a gung-ho gun. And I got super excited at the prospect. But that's not what that game was going to be.
Dude, Trigun is like unadaptable. You have a main character that doesn't kill people.
But he's also the biggest, strongest, and most unstoppable badass ever. But only when shit gets serious, though.
Is
Yeah.
Trigun shit?
No, it's great.
Because, like, whenever it's described, it sounds like garbage.
No, it's great. Trigun's great. But you know what's better?
What's that?
Trigun Maximum.
Yeah.
That's what's up. Trigun's good. Trigun Maximum is excellent.
It's just I find a fascination with like something that you try and explain to somebody and there's no way to tell them what it actually is without making it sound like complete garbage.
No, it rules. The soundtrack rules. This anime was great. It's totally
very good.
You know, Johnny Young Bosch and everything about it.
Apparently there's a line of dialogue that I haven't seen in Like a Dragon that Mr. Fields was complaining about that is Johnny Young Bosch like begging to lick someone's shoes. And it's like a completely clean rip that you can use for your purposes.
Just for the children out there, because I saw a couple questions flying by, the Trigun manga consists of the Trigun first volume, which is like thick. There's Trigun number 1 and Trigun number 2. They're pretty thick volumes. And then those are the intro to the world. And then immediately after those stories wrap up, you get into Trigun Maximum, which is the real meat and potatoes of that world. And yeah, that shit's fucking sick. It's super good. Anyway.
Trigun always has a weird, bizarre, uncomfortable place in my heart because one of my exes had Wolfwood in college, had Wolfwood all over her goddamn walls.
Yeah, totally.
And he was always looking at me.
I mean, I remember I really enjoyed Trigun because it was like, you know, the idea of the pacifist's main character in a world that's aggressively not pacifist was a pretty cool one, and the struggle to like basically be like, hey, it's the whole Batman no kill rule or the Soup's no kill rule
in a world that's just like, no, that's not going to work, man.
When a world where it's exactly, and the people who create the scenarios do a much better job than the shitty ones that fucking Bruce and Clark get set up with in many instances.
Hey, Wooly. That reminds me of something that I will give back to you. A gift that you gave to me, I will now re-gift to you now that you are playing Yakuza 0. I have brought it up many times that I have laughed myself silly over El Fuerte, you're wearing a mask. I don't like masks. Yes. I'll kill you.
Yes.
This has been the source of never-ending joy in the Yakuza 7 playthrough. And I remind you of it as you go through Yakuza 0 with just how many times you will hear variations of it. It is an ever-present theme in that series. What? You won't let me steal your pants? I'll kill you. You won't let me burn these children? I'll kill you. You won't let me piss in the river? I'll kill you.
As in what a tough guy thinks they're saying to Kiryu. Right,
Nearly
right.
All scenarios will boil down from a trivial moment to, I guess I'll pull a knife and stab you.
Yeah.
Japan is a very violent country.
So anytime you're talking about like delinquent behavior, you know, with the rolling R's and the pompadours, you get a lot of that. You get the whole like, you know, the like, what? Huh? I'm sorry, what did you say? You talking shit? And then like you got to end your exclamation on I'll kill you with your mouth open really wide. Yeah, okay. Look, yeah, I'll keep an eye out.
I think my favorite in Yakuza 7 is you found out we are running a fake cancer donation scheme and helping and instead are helping a little girl get pennies for her brother in the hospital. the guy just instantly pulls a knife and goes, "I need money for dinner." Like
Man.
it's oh man, it's almost everything. It's so funny.
I wish those Montreal fucking grifters would just resort to that when you called them out, like those basketball kids, or that lady.
I hate them.
Those basketball
hate them.
kids and that Atwater lady with the box, with the laminated box. It'd be great if you could just be like.
She might be dead. I haven't seen her in a long time.
She was pretty young looking. I think she's okay.
I hope
but
not.
You call them out and they just pull a knife on you, and you could at least be like, thank you for just getting it out of your system. We can start the aggro. No need for this fucking.
Need new uniforms for the team. Dude, you're like 25.
I also saw you here when I was in high school. I was here years ago, and you were walking around with this kid. His dreads were shorter, and you were asking for basketball money. What the fuck are you talking about? All right. You know what? I remembered that we actually skipped out on emails last week, and some people were very upset.
All right, let's read one really good email.
Okay.
So it's on the onus of this particular person who sent in their email to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com to have one extremely high quality email.
Okay. Hello, Wooly and Pat's existential nightmare. This one comes from Rakenshin. Says, I've always had an appreciation for fighting games. Oh, by the way, you can send an email to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. Always had an appreciation for fighting games, especially through you, Wooly, but I never had the skill or inclination to actually get down to play any. The closest I got was P4A because I love the franchise, and I was watching compilation videos. I saw Guilty Gear Revelator, and it was very fun looking with zany attacks and animations. Dizzy and Faust looked really interesting. I then looked at Tekken Tag 2, and Miharu has a grab where she pushes her opponent over and takes a selfie with them as they're falling down. So I guess my question is, do you find this sort of thing a distraction or a negative as a competitive/professional player, or do you wish there was more of that? For people like me, the more the better. Makes me want to get into the games, but this is an outsider's view. Thanks for taking the time.
Well, all right, well, this email's about fighting games, so it's a bad email.
First off, not professional, so that ain't true. But
oh no, we're pro gamers, Wooly.
At fighting games, I definitely don't want to say that. But as far as competitive, it's like I've entered a tournament or so. But anyway, the labels aside, let's be real. Those things rule, and I love them, and they're exactly what attracts not just you but me to characters with style and fun and flair. I mean, the example that comes to mind is the first time you see Zappa in Guilty Gear, you go, what the fuck is that? And
That's
the more
the
he
coolest looking
does,
character ever.
You go, whoa, everything about him is wild and crazy and interesting. So it's the best when you have these little interesting things and these little weirdo designs and cool things that are like unique in that way. You don't necessarily need it to be traditional and boring at all. Like, these things make Guilty Gear's character designs stand out for sure. What I will say is you have to pick a balance, though, when it comes to cinematic moments that take time, because you're going to see these things thousands of times. So if you're going to do a cinematic ultra, or you're going to have a clash injustice system, you don't want it taking up like 10 seconds every single time you land it, because that's 10 seconds for thousands of matches.
Oh, dude, the grab supers in Street Fighter 4 Vanilla are so out. Oh my god.
So
forever.
So, like, time being like wasted in a way is the only exception to that, where you're like, everyone gets a little tired of the same animation. But that's not fighting games. That's everything. That's
Hakan's goddamn grab with the slide. Oh
yeah, oil coaster. I mean, like
Oh.
any anime with too much stock footage gets really annoying to look at. Like a huge complaint of the initial runs of like any given Gundam show will be like, "Yo, what's up with all the stock footage, guys? Like, fucking come on."
Fucking original Gundam has so much stock footage. They even have stock footage of animation mistakes, like the ones where the cells are overlaid on top of each other in the wrong order. So like pieces, he's like rotating into pieces of the gun, and you see that like 4, 5, 6 times.
I mean, the RX-78 is made of plastic. It's bending in such nonsense ways half the time. But yeah, no, you really feel it in shows where they use too much stock footage. So it's the same feeling if you're playing a lot of games where you're forced to see a slow mandatory animation every time, an unskippable cutscene of some kind or whatever. So
Man,
yeah, like God bless it, but Knights of the Round FF7, everybody felt that.
Oh yeah,
When you put on fucking X8, you know, you gotta fucking sit through multiple. Like, it's like, guys, all right.
somebody in the chat made a good example. So in 14, you have limit breaks, right? And everybody has a big fancy different one. So like machinists have like a little robot come in and blow stuff up, and black mages have a meteor. The red mage one, literally, people don't want to use it because it blinds every player.
Oh,
It is an explosion that is so large that it literally makes you not able to see what is happening for like 10 seconds.
I gotta mention Super Robot Wars because those attacks will sometimes actually be 30 seconds. And it's 30 glorious seconds of anime faithful, crazy final attacks where they blow up whatever you're targeting.
300 times in a row.
But if you press start, you just skip right to the end and see the damage number so that you can get on with your life.
So what's funny is that there's one game I can ever think of that fixed this problem, and I've never seen it done ever again, and it's Final Fantasy IX. The first time you do a summon, you get the full animation. Every other time you do the summon, there's a 1 in 8 chance it does the full animation. But there's a 7 in 8 chance it does, like, so you know Ramu will show up and do I hold up my staff and lightning. Instead it turns into just the part that throws the staff down and there's
brilliant. And you have a chance of seeing the full one if you want sometimes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Perfect.
It is a perfect solution for this. I have no idea why other shit doesn't do it.
8 was like, no, if we make you play a mini game while the cutscene's going, then you'll love it more.
Nah. Nah, man.
What? Yeah. Anyway.
All right, I'm going to answer the question I thought this email was going to ask, which is, are there other genres that you look at but never got into because you wished you were better at them because they were too intimidating? And that's real-time strategy games. I am so terrible at those games, but I love them from afar. But like I sat down and spent like the multiple weekends on StarCraft and StarCraft 2. I'm terrible. I'm just terrible. I'm so bad I can't properly enjoy them. So I just look at them from a distance.
Hard same. Considering how much I love turn-based strategy, and I get really into those games. I get addicted to the few that I play. RTS just fucking terrifies me ever since World of Warcraft. I'm going to do it forever. And I'm sorry, you just have to live with it.
Willie, I just want to point out, I don't think you understand just how soul damaging that mistake is.
I do.
Who can hear it.
I do. Because I remember when Warcraft 1 and 2 were around and out and 3 dropped and all that. I know, I get it. Also that actual Warcraft adventure game that was previewed in a magazine I had that eventually did drop, where they fucking got a full-on Don Bluth style team to animate a Warcraft that never really came out. Wild.
And they threw it away.
Anyway, yeah. Warcraft 3 scared the shit out of me. I never recovered from that damage. And every time I go and I see footage of like people playing competently, like I was watching someone play fucking Age the other day, and I like Age of Empires a lot. It's a very fun game. I enjoyed it when I was a kid and no one was watching me. But I saw someone grown ass playing it the other day, and I was like, "Oh Jesus, oh Christ, oh God, no, 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 none of that. I can't. I would not be able to keep up. You know, APM is just it's terrifying. And you know, I guess that's probably what it feels like when someone does a fucking ridiculous Marvel touch of death. But it's just RTSs super scare me. Competently, to see them played competently. If you're down with seeing them played slow and stupid, then that's a-okay. You know? But I can say that the ones where you don't have to manage a base and a squad of heroes, if it's one or the other, I'm a lot more okay with that. Hence why I like Commandos, hence why I like Syndicate. You know? I like
41
games where
hours of Total
you got the crew.
Warhammer 2 on record and have never made it past 15 turns. I have literally installed, gone through the tutorial, and played through dozens and dozens of starts because that game is so cool. Fucking start to
it
panic.
looks rad. It looks rad. I bring up this every once in a while. It's been a minute, but do you remember Sacrifice on the PC? Sacrifice was an RTS where you played a commanding unit on the ground with them. And you basically ran around and Guilty Gear overtured your units at other bases and did the whole RTS thing, but you were on the ground as a unit with everybody.
That sounds cool.
It was cool. It was a lot. It asked a lot of me, and I did enjoy it. But boy, being competent at that type of thing is a skill that I just don't have. And I want to say that to me, the final boss of this, Total War is a nice final boss, but the other direction is and this is how bad it is because I don't even, the name just slept from me, but you're gonna know what it is. No, here we go. Homeworld, 3D space ships spinning in spheres, rotating around the 3D battlefield. Ships in all directions, going everywhere, rotating as if you were putting your hands out to fucking manipulate the camera to see what's happening. My brain can't. It just can't. And it looks amazing, and I admire from a distance, but holy fuck am I terrified.
If you want to vomit in fear, play Sins of Solar Empire.
What was that?
Sins of Solar Empire is a turn-based, like Civ game in space that is progressing in real time because it's actually a real-time strategy game.
So it's not turn-based at all.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like every anxiety-inducing part of this conversation put into one game.
Can I optionally make it turn-based? Can I
No.
Can I ATB? No? Okay.
I said no.
Okay. Yeah.
I thought that game was gonna be so cool, and then I had like an anxiety attack, like going through the tutorial when I was younger, and I was like, okay, we're not doing this.
Mm-hmm. I would be legit.
Before we leave the podcast, there's a news story that I need to bring up because it has to do with people's legitimate safety. It's about Cyberpunk. Game Informer just put up an article about one of their editors suffered a series of seizures playing Cyberpunk because it doesn't give a shit about your epileptic conditions.
Oh, fuck.
And will just brain flash like every conceivable combination of epilepsy triggers at you.
Yo, there has not been a fucking Porygon moment in a minute. Most games have had. Yeah, wow, okay.
This lady's the associate editor at Game Informer named Leanna Ruppert, has written a guide to playing Cyberpunk if you suffer from epilepsy or seizures.
Fuck.
Which I have just retweeted. So be aware if you are into Cyberpunk and can or have suffered from seizures in the past, do some prep or some research.
It's like we're in a world where we're going like, man, games should have more accessibility options as opposed to none. And every once in a while, a game comes along that's anti-accessibility. That's just like, nah, fuck you. I still cannot believe I sit here.
Incredibles 2.
I can't believe that movie came out.
I felt sick watching that in the theater.
It is so absolutely over the top for such an extended period of time as a main plot point of the movie that happens over and over again. It's from Disney Pixar. It's
I
crazy.
Ill. You know the scene where she gets trapped in the room?
The first time, absolutely.
Yeah, it's like I almost vomited, and I don't
have same here. I have none of those issues, and I'm watching this going, and it's, what the fuck are you doing, movie? Like, they did eventually fix it, right?
No, they put a warning.
They just put the warning up, and that was it.
Yeah.
Holy fuck, that was insane. Like, I don't.
It's the full screen is flashing, alternating black and white in stripes every half second for multiple minutes.
Like, how on God's green does a test audience not give Disney Pixar something on that? You know? I mean, fucking, like, anime and video games from Japan have all done this thing that's now overcorrection, where anything that's even slightly bright, like electricity or a power glowing, will dim the screen.
Porygon's been dead since the 90s. And you know what the worst part is?
Well,
Pikachu's the one that caused that explosion.
Well, you know, Porygon 2 exists, but, you know, it's fine. But there's a dimming of the screen on tons of games and media just out of overcorrection for that. TV broadcasts, yeah. And it's not a flashing thing, right? And I remember specifically that Nintendo, for all the fucking diarrhea they deserve today, they were the only studio hardware manufacturer that had a compliance guideline that made sure that games were not allowed to flash with certain intervals. And they had a whole document about, this is the exact range of color and speed that cause epileptic seizures in people. And if you slow it down to at least this interval or bring the colors this close together, there won't be a problem. So all games had to be tested against flashes.
And you will not cause a news article to be published called Nintendo console kills children.
So we did test every game against that, and you had to get out a stopwatch to fucking time it in some cases, or like record the footage and then play. If you had to record the footage and then frame count, it was already too fast.
It's way too close.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you a stopwatch by hand would be more than fine. But like that was a legitimate lot check that we had to go through, you know.
So yeah, legit, all of you folks that hear this podcast before Cyberpunk comes out, if you know anybody that suffers from epilepsy or any other seizure conditions that, I mean, I don't know, I usually just say epilepsy, but well, there's probably more, right? And they're going to play Cyberpunk, tell them that the game might kill them. So be aware of that.
Fair enough. But also
nobody wants that.
But even if you don't, like, again, Incredibles 2 proved that, like, no, even without those conditions, you can still be made massively uncomfortable by some wild-ass decisions. Like, it upsets me how aggressive that scene is in Incredibles. You know, fuck. All right.
I literally only want to say one last thing, and that is, we live in a world that the Virtual Boy wasn't pulled off shelves. I never encountered a single person that did not have splitting, stabbing migraines after playing that thing for like 20 minutes.
Guaranteed every single time. Yep.
Every single person.
Every time. 100%. It just died of its own economic failure. It was not a health warning, certainly.
All right.
That's
Well, that's
true.
the podcast.
Goodbye, everybody.
Y'all have a good night. Bye.